to live life, how it feels to just smile, how it feels to be free. Give me that. Show it to me. Give it to me. Show it. Give it to me. You have the key to your prison door. Open it wide and feel the freedom. See what life is all about. Love, no doubt, it's about magic. Show it, show it.
Okay, can we sit down, please? Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats, please, so that we can be able to move forward with our agenda. If you are not seated, please find a seat and make yourself comfortable. I hope you had a great night and you are ready today for the new session. We would like to welcome you to this session, back to the plenary just now. We have had some changes that we made on the program. We are starting now for this period with that opening and welcome back. And then we will then move on to the NGBVF collective, which is going to be presented by Ms. Nomgqibelo Mdlaluse. And she's going to have an opportunity to talk about the results of the multi-sectoral partnership, what it is that they can generate. So we're very much happy to invite her to come in and speak to us. But before we do that, I want to say that the second part, starting from 9:30 to 10:45, we'll have Accountability Panel 2, which is going to be here in the plenary. We will have the National Treasury, Minister of Social Development, Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration, Private Sector Development Partner, CGE, and the Faith Sector. And that will end around 10:45. Thereafter, we'll have the Action Caucuses, and they will occur at 11 a.m. to 12:30. And there are a number of those Action Caucuses, and there are leaders, of those Action Caucuses. The Action Caucuses will focus on organizations working with children, pregnant women, LGBTQIA+, organizations working with elderly women, persons with disability, migrant women, sex workers, service providers, workers, men, leadership across section, and faith sectors. And then we'll also have a provincial accountability where the premiers are going to be taking us through. We'll then have lunch at 12:30 to 1:20 p.m. From thereafter, we'll then have the clinics, and all of those clinics that are listed, there are quite a number of them, and there will be signs all over in terms of where they are going to be occurring. And then after tea break of 4 p.m. to 4:30, we'll have reports from commissions and discussions, and that will take us all the way towards the end of the program. We'll also have a representative from the Children's Summit who is going to be addressing with us. Thank you so much, and I would like to have Ms. Mdlaluse to come to the stage, and please come and lead us. Where are you?
Okay. Good morning everyone. I hope we all had a bit of rest after a long day yesterday, but we really appreciate your patience to work with us. This is a very important summit for us because we really want to move the needle. We really want to come out of here with a clear direction in terms of where we need to improve our interventions. And what I want to share with you today is the NGBV collective, which is which is a voluntary collective that came together in July 2020. And the idea was that it might not help us or for us to wait for the legislation, to wait for all the formalities to take place before we start working together and collaborate. And there was this basic understanding of saying that collaboration is not just about putting people together in the room and talking. It's a natural looking at different ways on how we can nurture some kind of behavior that enable us to collaborate at an equal level. So we created this platform for us, and it's a co-created platform because we created it with all the people that are the partners in the collective, and we consciously told ourselves that it has to grow organically so that we respond to issues as they come in. And when we started with about 38 organizations, I remember in July 2020, and it has grown on our database. Right now we have about 680 partners within the collective. And the way we work is that each of the partners, they find expression in the different pillars. So if you are more on issues that relate to Pillar 1, you would gravitate toward being a part of Pillar 1, where we, on a regular basis, we sort of look at what are the priorities that we can work on together. The understanding is that we all know that currently funding is a bit of a challenge and all that, but within that collaborative space, we harness our own strengths, we harness what we have, and work together so that we can actually we can improve the chances of having the results that we're actually looking for. And I want to mention that this collective is actually anchored in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and it's supported by UN Women and Global Affairs Canada. And as we were experimenting and looking what are the best possible ways of entrenching a collaborative kind of behavior, we actually also had the opportunity of having the Ford Foundation coming in and really supporting our systems to a point that we have a very strong communication component that anchors all the work that the partners are working on. And we actually have a team also that sort of tries to look at all the strategic issues that come from the different partners and find a way to ensure that they get fed into the teams and that at different points we're able to address those issues. So it's really a process of ensuring that we grow together, we create together, and there's a lot of self-management. You know, the teams, they self-manage themselves because the idea is that you've got to be very nimble to be able to collaborate and also to be able to have results. So that's, we try as much as possible to have it so nimble to a point that each and every team is able to get to a point where they can make their own decisions, but they are guided by a broader framework that we have as a collective. And on a monthly basis, we then come together and share what we have done. And the most important thing that I also want to mention is that, yes, certain partners would share what they are doing individually, but what has come out of that process is that different pillars have come up with collaborative interventions. You know, when you look at Pillar 3, we have Work Corner that was birthed out of this process, and it's now one of the dual programs that's really showing us impact. We also have the comprehensive development strategy that was developed through Pillar 2. And Minister Lamula spoke about the 3 bills. Through Pillar 3, that's where the 3 bills were embedded, and all the different stakeholders had an opportunity to understand their different roles. And that was part of that collaborative work that happened within the collaborative. And on Pillar 6, we've managed to establish a researchers forum, and there's a tech team. And that team has actually worked to a point that as the collective, we have an online reporting platform where we all put our information there online so that everyone can actually see and understand. There's a lot of ensuring that there's transparency in the work that we do, that everyone is aware, and that creates opportunity and space for different people to now start looking at how they can also form some kind of networks and collaborative opportunities. So we've got a very good presence in terms of our social networks. We have been supporting the summit in terms of ensuring that people have access to information that is coming out of the summit, and we will also be using the NGPVF website all this information that is coming out of here is being fed into the website so that people who are not here are able to actually see and understand what we've been doing. And we had the opportunity then again through the Ford Foundation to start looking at innovations that we can intentionally focus on, so that because what the collective is about is really about looking at ways to ensure that what we do has results. So it's a matter of saying, if I have to do this, what are the kinds of results that I'm looking for? So one of the models that we decided to pilot is the 100 days challenges. In that process, so the idea was really to ensure that we actually take the NSP down to the local communities and ensure that the implementation happens there, and ensure that the capacity is built within communities and that they can implement and understand the NSP and be able to define and identify some of the challenges they have and find ways to deal with them. So we, through the collective, the different pillar teams, they identified ambassadors who were then taken through the whole principles of the 100 days, and they were able to create those teams that are in 8 districts where they supported, they created the environment for local teams to be able to work. And basically, just to give you an idea of what this 100-day challenges is, it's more of a structured, facilitated process where we help people understand, understand their environment and be able to sort of like find a way to see how best can I change the environment here so that we can have the results that we're looking for. But what is so important is that we make sure that the work is done by frontline people and the leaders themselves within those areas where we implement the program. And the 100 days are also actually designed to ensure that there's intense collaboration and that we continuously innovate, because if you continue to do the same thing, you cannot expect to have different results. So we continuously innovate and actually ensure that there's disciplined execution. And I think we've always been saying that most of the time we do have frameworks that are good. What has been the gap is actually ensuring that we do get the work done. That's the execution of everything. And the process really ensures that there's impact within a short period of time. So when we say 100 days, it's within a 100-day period that work has been done. And right now, I just want to show you the numbers in terms of the work that's been done within the 100-day period of the first pilot that we have piloted as the collective. As I show the results, we have the team members that have been implementing in all the different districts. Can I ask them to stand up so that if you've got questions, you can ask them questions and try to find out more about the 100. So these are some of the results of the people that have been sitting here. So it's people who are like us, who have really been able to, within a 100 days period, have the results that you're looking for. And just in summary, during that 100 days, people, we directly impacted about 2,132 direct beneficiaries of the different interventions that they actually has, that we had. And some of the key results that we had is that we've resolved, we've been able to deal with backlogs in cases, at 82 backlogs, and I think it was about 72% in terms of really now making sure that a case that is done, that comes in, they are dealt with within a short space of time. So those are some of the good results that we've had. And now the aim is now to grow this movement, because we've seen good results within a short space of time, and the kinds of results that really would get to us to a point where we shift the needle. So we are in a process, again, with the support of the Ford Foundation, they are in a process of approving the fund for us to actually grow to different teams. So in 2023, when we start the year, we're going to start with 45 teams. In the previous pilot, we had 7 teams, and those 7 teams had the impact that you saw on the screens now. So we're going to start with 45 teams next year, and the funding is being processed at this point. And when we grow, the idea is that we grow as exponentially as possible. First part of 2024, we will be at 90. And then the end of 2024, we would have 180 teams in different communities implementing the 100 days challenges. So if you would like to be part of this movement, we really encourage and invite you to be part of it. You can apply to participate in the 100 days challenges as part of the teams that are in communities that are implementing in the local teams. If you are a funder, you can actually participate by funding those teams that will be participating in their different areas. Or you can participate in what we call the thematic labs, because that's where we then come together and try and investigate what are the things that work, what are the things that don't work, and get to points where we start defining what the good practices are. Or also we will also have webinars where we share the lessons, because right now, some of the key insights that came from those teams are so amazing, to a point that we're now beginning to learn what works, what doesn't work. And I know in Bloemfontein, there's another round of 100 days challenges, because there's already a specific understanding on how these things should be working. So that's where we are. You can participate in our webinars where we share that information. So there are many ways that you can actually do that. And the information on the 100 days challenges is also available on the GPVF website, the GPVF Collective, and also in the World of Impact website. So we hope you can, I think we have a place at the exhibition, so that if you want more information, and we have some of the ambassadors and the teams that were part of this process that you can engage with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nomgqibelo, for that demonstration of what is possible when we engage in this multi-sectoral approach, and also evidence of the work that civil society is doing to contribute towards the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. Without further ado, I am going to call Kathy Mtlatlana, who is an award-winning broadcast journalist and a senior news anchor for South Africa's 24-hour channel, Newsroom Africa. She hosts a daily primetime bulletin between 6 and 9 on Channel 405. She has previously hosted ENCA's evening primetime bulletin, Newsnight, and ETV's evening bulletin. Please come to the fore. At the same time, I would also like to invite the following panelists. It's now time for our second accountability panel. Mr. Ishmael Momniat from National Treasury, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, Minister of Social Development, Minister Thulas Nxesi, Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration, Ms. Gianni de Villiers, Private Sector, Aleta Miller, UN Women Development Partners, Ms. Tamara Matebula, CGE, Ms. Daniela Kendrich, the Faith Sector. Over to you, President.
Very good morning to
South Africa has some of the worst cases of gender-based violence against women and children in the world. Many women and girls are murdered at the hands of their partners.
So sad that South Africa is the rape capital of the
More
world.
than 13,000 were domestic violence related.
In South Africa, we do find that every 3 hours a woman is killed.
Almost 73,000 assault cases reported in the same
Feels like
period.
we're not safe anywhere. As long as you're a woman in South Africa, you have a target on you.
Like millions of men across this country, I am appalled at the war that is being waged on our sisters, our mothers, our wives, our partners, and our daughters.
On the 1st and 2nd of November 2018, South Africa's women said enough is enough. During that first South African presidential summit on gender-based violence and femicide in Pretoria, they made it clear that South Africans can no longer look the other way. We need to acknowledge that we have a big problem. Gender-based violence is an epidemic and a national crisis. And so amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the mammoth task of creating a South Africa free from gender-based violence and femicide was undertaken. COVID-19 presented additional challenges, and the rate of gender-based violence in the country increased significantly during this period. The National Strategic Plan's vision is a South Africa free from gender-based violence directed at women, children, and LGBTQIA+ persons. To achieve this, 6 pillars were identified, with the Department of Social Development leading the 4th pillar of the National Strategic Plan. Pillar 4 addresses gender-based violence and femicide through a focused approach on response, care, support, and healing. In line with this year's presidential GBVF summit, the Department of Social Development, under the theme Accountability, Acceleration and Amplification Now, reports on the implementation of the previous 3 years. The Department of Social Development is the custodian of the Children's Act, which obligates us to care for and protect children. They are the most vulnerable to sexual violence and killings. Since the summit, there's been great achievement around ensuring children are cared for and protected. More than 13 million children receive the child support grant, which is collected by their caregivers, in the majority women. Over the past 3 years, we have had programs specifically for children in order for them to be aware of their rights, for communities to protect and care for children, and for them to understand that the caring and protection of children is not just for government responsibility, but society as a whole.
Leadership, it forms part of our compendium of care, which is our behavioral change programs. Amongst it, we've got Men and Boys Championing Change, where we're hoping to actually have a different men by 2030, but also affirming the ones that are there to assist us to reduce the high prevalence of gender-based violence, of HIV, but also taking responsibility for their children. We also have the program called YOLO, where you are saying you only live once, behave responsibly and take responsibility for your behavior. Then we've got CHOMI, which is our 10 to 14-year-olds.
A very good morning to all of you, officials, delegates, activists, representatives of various organizations that have gathered here today to be part of day 2 of the summit. It was incredibly encouraging seeing the interactions that took place in this auditorium yesterday. And I think I'll go as far as saying congratulations on having an honest and robust conversation, because that's what we need if we are to change the state of affairs in this country, and if we're to make true progress when it comes to fighting gender-based violence and femicide. So please give yourselves a round of applause for your interactions, your contributions. It really, really has been incredible and refreshing to watch. One of the key things that came out of yesterday was the fact that the biggest hindrance that really gets in the way of the work that much of you do is a resource one, is a financial one, that you're expected to solve problems but are not given the money to do it. One of the purposes of this accountability panel on day 2 is to specifically look at the question of resources, not only at how various departments have been integrating the National Strategic Plan in their own resource funding, but how that is affecting business. We know that there was the establishment of the Gender-Based Violence Fund, but what we also know is that big business has simply not come to the table when it comes to contributing and doing what it needs to do to ensure that this work is successful. So on this panel this morning, you'll see, according to the program, that we were scheduled to have a representative from the National Treasury, and that is the Director General in the Treasury, Ishmael Mamoniat. It doesn't look like we have a representative from Treasury yet. When they do arrive, we'll let them on stage, but as things stand, all right, I see, okay. Okay, Deputy Minister, all right. So as things stand, we don't have a representative from Treasury, but we do have the Minister of Social Development, Lindiwe Zulu, who's here. The Acting Minister of the Department of Public Service and Administration, Thula Singesi, is also on the program, as you will see. We don't have a representative from that department as things stand. From the private sector, oh yes, the Deputy Minister just walked on. Thank you, apologies for that. From the private sector, we have Yanni de Villiers, Development Partners, Alita Miller with UN Women. From the CGE, we also have a representative that is joining us this morning, and that is O'Hara Mogadisego. And from the faith sector, Ms. Daniela Genridge. So my hope for this session is that we will continue in the same tone of honesty and robustness. What we will do, however, is that we will be having roving microphones that will be going around the room. I am the appointed chair only for the next hour and a half, so I make the rules for this session. That means that I will recognize you by way of hand. We will get a microphone to you. I'm going to ask that when we open the session up, can we ensure that we keep our comments as short and as incisive as possible? In fact, I'm going to ask that we only take questions and not comments, because there's so many of us in the room and there are different contributions that we all have to make. But we have limited time, and I've been told that there are things from the program yesterday that also need to be covered today. So we'll have roving microphones. Please be clear about who you want to field your question to, and let's keep it as short and as concise as possible. My plan for this session was to kick it off with the National Treasury, because we know just how crucial they are when it comes to the question of resourcing and monitoring then the overall government spending. In the absence of that, I think we will move on, and I'll kick it off with Minister Lindiwe Zulu of the Department of Social Development. Minister, you're up on your feet, so I see it looks like you're ready to just come and give a couple of words, very briefly, please, and then we'll get into the session.
Thank you. Very good morning, Kathy. Now we are saying very briefly, please, the Department of Social Development is responsible for the well-being of our people, so I need a little bit of time to explain that, and maybe let me steal from Treasury because they're not here at the moment, but I promise you I'm not going to be here forever. Kathy, our program director, thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all. The colleagues who are here, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers and MECs, mayors and all, representatives of the judiciary and magistrate, if they are here, representatives of the diplomatic corps, I know that they were here yesterday, private sector, finally we're happy to have the private sector. Even in our last summit, I was complaining in the social summit, I was like, if the private sector can't come and have the conversation with us and listen to us, it becomes difficult. But thank you very much for being here. To all the panelists who are here, thank you very much for sharing the stage with me. Most importantly, I also want to thank the state officials who are here, because we are the executive, we are ministers and deputy ministers, but the people who slug it out on a day-to-day basis at national, provincial and local level, right down to the local structures, are our officials. And I know that many a times people complain the officials are not responsive. Let me make it straight right now. It's not all the officials who behave like that. And if you come across those officials who are not responding properly, you would know what to do. They need to be reported. They need to be taken to task. But I know that the officials that I have around me, they work round the clock and they do the best that they can. When President Cyril Ramaphosa addressed the summit yesterday, he reflected that this is the opportunity to assess the progress that we, in our respective mandates, as well as collectively, I repeat, in our mandates as well as collectively, because the reason why we are here, it is because collectively we need to hold each other accountable, we need to hold each other's hands, we need to correct each other if we're going the wrong direction, we need to do what Nomgqibelo said earlier on when she spoke about harnessing our strength, she spoke about collaborative partnerships. We are here because we have to hold each other accountable, but we are here also because we need to pool our energies together and make sure that we do the right thing by the women of South Africa, we do the right thing in ending gender-based violence. We have registered in the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in the spirit of the National Strategic Plan and truly to address the felt needs of our country's women and children. The President reiterated the need for all of us to plan, implement and account together. This includes improving, scaling and what works where preventing gender-based violence and femicide is concerned, and introducing the innovative tactics where old ones are proving to be unresponsive and irrelevant. In my department, I've been speaking about the fact that if we need to deal with gender-based violence, it's not going to be sorted out by us sitting up there and not being able to go down on the ground and make sure that every energy, every resource, everything that we have responds to the people on the ground. And I've been asking the department to say, Department, let us deal with this issue house to house, street to street, community to community, because it is in each and every house of South Africa that the pain is felt.
Some think that because some are in glass houses and therefore are in fancy places, therefore it doesn't visit them. Let us be specific, let us be frank, and let us be honest. And yesterday when I saw people standing up and talking, I was saying to myself, if we were to ask each and every woman who is in this room, and man probably who in this room, and ask them, what are the pains that they themselves, they feel on day-to-day basis when they wake up in their own homes, when they walk down the street. And it is not about pointing fingers. It is about us being honest about the fact that all of us, as we walk here, we walk with some pain, one way or the other. And therefore, than hopelessly watching our country irretrievably sliding into becoming a gender-based violence and femicide crime scene. Yesterday, the president challenged us to be the collective that puts this dehumanizing menace to an end. And the only way we can do that, again, is to make sure that we partner. Is also to make sure, particularly as ourselves as women, we are not perfect. Some of us are ministers and deputy ministers in our offices. We are not perfect. But I can tell you one thing. We wake up in the morning, we show up, and we do the best that we can. Where we are not able to do it right, it is the responsibility of everybody else to constructively correct us and tell us where we are not going right, because I believe as women of South Africa and men of South Africa, just like we did in getting rid of apartheid, we pulled our resources together. We had street committees that made sure that the struggle continues. The same thing must happen today. Now it is said 2 more minutes. Okay. There are questions that we were supposed to answer. By the way, I'm hoping that these questions were answered yesterday, because for those of us who sat in the commissions yesterday, some of the questions that were asked, we were able to answer them. And as a Department of Social Development, we were asked about the key achievements in line with our role and our mandate. We can talk about the Gender-Based Violence Command Center, and the department continues to make sure that that operates. We can talk about the 100 gender-based violence and femicide ambassadors that we have deployed in the hotspots. Over the weekend, actually, I was in Kwamashu, and I visited the Christian Center, which is called Bonginkosi Christian Academy. What excited me yesterday when I got to that academy is that the people who are running that academy did not wait in some corner for somebody to come and help them. They decided they were going to use even them Kuku where they are to make sure that they bring together young people, including the ambassadors. And then we have also deployed 250 social workers focusing on gender-based violence. The department has also developed relevant policies, because our responsibility as a department is also to develop proper policy and effective policy. So we have developed the intersectoral shelter policy, the provisions of psychosocial service policy, the National Child Protection Policy, and of course the most important one relates to the funding of the NPO. And we have, through the department, and we had in our MINMAC process that developed policy and approval for sector funding policy. The sector funding policy was reviewed to achieve greater objectivity, standardization, and accountability. In addition to the above, the department is currently developing the NPO online funding system, which complements the funding policy. We're also implementing the sector funding policy, greatly facilitating service delivery. And because I'm being chased away, I will make sure that the document which we have developed for here is distributed to all. But before I go, Kathy, I do want to thank the organizations that we partner with, both at national, provincial, and local. Yesterday, the ambassador of the US was here. We worked together with the USAID on behavioral change, the German Development Bank, European Union, MTN Foundation, Paul. Yesterday, the president spoke about Prime Stars, and we're working together with Prime Stars because they're focusing particularly on men. And we wish to thank the organizations of men who have stood up and said, not in our name. The men that we are going to be partnering with, the department also works together with the Vodacom Foundation, Vodacom Business, Old Mutual. I personally believe that if we focus in harnessing the resources, and it's a pity that Treasury is not here, but I'm sure they will come because those are the ones that we need to mobilize to assist us and make sure that our baselines are not cut all the time. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Minister Zulu. There will be, of course, an opportunity just to unpack part of what your department has been doing, because when one looks at the monitoring and evaluation framework that has been set up for the implementation of the NSP, we will find that there is a lot that rests on the shoulders of the Department of Social Development. I want us to move to Yanni de Villiers, and everybody's mic'd up on stage, so you don't have to get up. You can all sit from there and answer questions from your seat. The role of the private sector is one that is questioned, is one that is criticized, because the private sector seems nowhere to be found when it comes to this conversation. And by that I mean it's an industry that believes in putting its money where its mouth is. There's a lot of talk, but there's no money that backs it up. Why is that the case?
Kathy, thank you very much. Am I audible, by the way? No. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I just wanted to take it one step back and just explain the capacity that I'm in here today.
Can't hear.
Can't hear.
All right, just hang on for me, Yanni. Let's just give the technical team a minute to try and sort it out.
Go up otherwise.
All right, go for it again.
Okay, am I audible now? Wonderful news. Now, I just wanted to explain the capacity that I'm here today. Firstly, to say that I'm normally not sent where things need to be sugar-coated. So that's the one thing that I promise you today. And the second thing is I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Social Policy at Business Unity South Africa. So I represent Business Unity South Africa, or BUSA, here today. Now, BUSA is South Africa's apex business organization. Our focus is specifically workplaces. And I think that might be one of the issues that we run into as private sector. When it comes to funding, I was making a joke as I came up the stage to say this dress has deep, deep pockets. I think that's why I was invited today, is these deep pockets. And it's something to take into consideration when we unpack what business has been trying to do in this space. It is true that we are nowhere to be found. It's absolutely true. I will 100% own that today. Have any of you ever tried to get into a party and the door is locked? Because that's what business has been facing over the past few years. It is not unwillingness. I'm here to tell you today that we are willing, we are able, we are here. We are in a position where, please don't forget that we have activists within the business grouping as well. We have activists saying absolutely zero tolerance to harassment in workplaces, zero tolerance to gender-based violence and femicide. We have resources, we want to pool them, we want to work with government, we want to work with civil society, and we want to address the issues that face us. What we are finding is a lack of coordination and simply not knowing where to plug in.
Lack of coordination from who?
I would say lack of coordination. I don't want to say government, Minister. Can I say government?
Well, that's how
you know, no, you know what? You know what? It's not that.
I think you must speak your truth. This is an accountability panel, and the one thing that we have spoken about is the need for honesty.
Yes, well,
because we cannot deal with the challenges if we are not honest about what we see or perceive those challenges to be.
Absolutely. Point taken, Kathy. To answer your question, When we were invited as business, and I led that charge from business's side, when we were invited to negotiate the national gender-based violence and femicide bill in NEDLAC recently, we were thrilled. We were there from business's side. We thought, thank goodness, coordination. We're going to have a structure. We finally have a structure. And I've mentioned that in the NEDLAC engagements more than once. Now I have a place where I can recommend that CSI spending goes to because we have the structure. Well, guess what happened? Business is not on that structure. Business is not part of that structure. Business is not allowed on that board. And when we mentioned it, unfortunately, the entire process stopped. The bill is now going to Parliament. We are not there. So where do I take my money is the question that I wanted to ask.
So here's the question again for you then, Yanni. Does that mean that there's only one platform through which business can dispense or allocate resources to this fight? Because you talk about the NEDLAC process, but there was the establishment of the fund. Why is business not contributing to that? Because that very much is seen as a process, as a fund established out of this process. So it's not that it's not credible, it's not that it's not legitimate. Why does business not respond to that?
It's a tough one. Because again, I told you I'm going to be completely honest with you. It's a lack of trust. It's a lack of trust from business's side. And that's the job that we have to do as activists within the business grouping to solve that problem of trust.
I'm going to ask that as we continue with our interactions, let's try and ensure that we keep it, at least the noise, as minimal as possible from the floor, so that we're able to continue. So effectively, business doesn't trust the structures that have been set up when it comes to the distribution of funds for gender-based violence.
Yes, because business
is not there.
Business is not there.
Because you are being kept out.
We are being kept out, Kathy. I don't know how else to say it. The one thing, I just wanted to add to that to say, there are pockets of excellence within business. There are efforts. The Council for the Consumer Goods Council, for instance, is running a gender-based violence awareness program plus a hotline with funding that they source themselves, and they are pairing up with organizations like Santaco, for instance. And it's happening, and it's happening on the ground. We want to see it happen on a national level, obviously, and we want to be involved there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Yanni. Elita, let me come to you. You are a development partner under UN Women, so very involved with this work. How much accountability is resting on UN Women when it comes to the programs and the commitments that South Africa makes to the fight against gender-based violence? Being aware of the fact that you're very much seen as an independent player, in that your role is also to help with monitoring what is happening in the country.
Thanks, Kathy, for the question. Good morning, everyone. So I am the representative of UN Women in South Africa, and I'm here on behalf of the UN as a member of the leaders of the UN in South Africa, not only as UN Women. As a UN One body, we are committed to support South Africa's efforts to end violence against women and girls. In terms of accountability, I think something that we're very committed to is to support South Africa in their commitments that they made at the Generation Equality Forum that was held a year ago. South Africa made a number of commitments, and many of them are related to ending violence against women and girls. The Generation Equality Forum commitments very much fit together to support the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. In terms of our role as UN Women, we have a number of roles in support of how these commitments can take place, can become real. One of them is we have seconded staff to the Department of Women to support the implementation of these commitments, including the roadmap and the monitoring. I want to be clear that the Generation Equality Forum commitments very much support the national structures. They're not in addition to. You'll see great overlap between the two. And in this way, South Africa really has taken a leading role globally in generation equality. Obviously, the challenge is how to make this real here nationally in implementing the National Strategic Plan.
What are the specific challenges that you have found when it comes to how you see the implementation plan, particularly of the National Strategic Plan, being done in and the challenge here is that this is not just a government plan. It's a multi-stakeholder plan. So if we are to have a holistic conversation, we have to ask the question, who are the role players that are not pulling their weight when it comes to this conversation? And I would imagine that that's something that you would be very aware of, given the fact that you don't work with government alone.
So my experience, I guess, as a global practitioner in this space, I've moved here 6 months ago from Afghanistan. Okay. I was in Afghanistan for the past 4 years as the head of UN Women. So my experience working in many countries in this space is that we all have to stay in our lane and fulfill our role. And it has to come together under a plan. We have a plan. But, for example, people sometimes say to me, why is the UN not doing more? It's a good question. It's a legitimate question that we have to answer. But my answer is we each have to play our role. And when we play our role, when we fulfill it as the private sector, as the government, as civil society, as the United Nations, if we all fulfill our role and it comes together under a coordinated structure, that's the plan, then we see real change in the lives of women and girls.
Let me come to Daniela, who's representing the faith sector. Daniela, the faith sector, of course, does an incredible amount of work in communities. You also happen to receive a great deal of the criticism when it comes to the subject we're talking about today, gender-based violence, because often these are also seen as spaces that socialize people in a particular way that then creates this environment that enables this violence to take place. What implementation and steps would you say the faith sector has taken towards the implementation of the NSP? And really phrasing the question through the lens of accountability. Are we seeing accountability, including of the untouchables, the no-go areas, the things that are not spoken about from the faith sector?
Thank you very much, Kathy, and thank you for the space to be here. The very important thing for us in the faith sector, as activists in the faith sector, has been to recognize that in every faith tradition throughout history, there have been at least two trajectories. The one has been the kings and the rulers, the hierarchies, the patriarchs. And then there have been the prophets, the activists, the people who have worked on the ground with the poorest and the marginalized. And the important thing for us is to consciously and intentionally situate ourselves alongside those that have suffered, that have been hurt, that have been victimized, and have even been the object of sexual and other abuses at the hands of the faith sector, or invisibilized, as have very often survivors, as well as the LGBTI community that has been completely vilified, and a lot of damage has been done. And so in 2020, particularly, the Faith Action to End Gender-Based Violence was born. But in 2013 already, a number of activists and different organizations came together in response to research that was done that was just listening to the experiences of survivors across the board and recognizing that the faith sector plays such an important role because of its socialization of people from birth to their death, and the importance of recognizing that the damage done by the faith sector is almost more serious than any other because of that depth of the spiritual destruction that can be done to people. And so we organized in 2020, a group of faith sector activists came together, and we began to develop a theory of change, began to analyze some of the issues underlying this use of sacred texts and so on, and began to develop a program which specifically responds to the different pillars of the NSP. And in a way, we've formed the Faith Action to End GBV is kind of a baby organization or sister organization of the GBV collective. And just in sum, we've been working since then. Started with about 50 people, and we now have over 600 between ourselves and the coalition that began in 2013, We Will Speak Out. And in sum, we say we are a people of faith who speak out, stand up, collaborate, share knowledge, disrupt norms, act decisively with survivors at the center to end gender-based violence and femicide. And what does that mean in practice? You know, it's easy to say these things. But we've decided that we will, little by little, work where there are leaders and institutions that are beginning to become more open, and we draw alongside them, and we develop programs. Also, we received funding from the Solidarity Fund, the GBV Solidarity Fund last year, and we developed a joint program with 3 key pillars in it. The first is a Faith Leaders Gender Transformation Program, where middle or top leaders of the faith sector come together, and we, in a very, what was the word you used earlier, frank way, we address some of the underlying uses of scripture and uses of tradition and ritual and so on, and begin through a feminist theological lens.
Where do you find the greatest resistance lies?
Because
when I look at even the numbers of people that are part of your organization,
Yes.
and yet we look at the different groupings that are organized under faith or even traditional councils, it's a lot more than that. So why is it that you don't have more people signing up and taking on this call with you?
So the tradition of the priests, the kings, the hierarchies, in a way they are gatekeepers. And they like things to stay the way they are. And the majority of the leadership are male. And I'm sorry to say that very often there are these boys' clubs which are very difficult to actually penetrate. Sorry to use it. And so the work, and that's why the work is around accompanying, and the Faith Leaders Gender Transformation Program, for example, works and accompanies these faith leaders as they become change agents. And some of them are actually here today and have led in their provinces and in their churches in different ways, and accompany them long term, because it's not about a short training program and then they go out into the churches, because they face backlash. And it's about building solidarity and building a strong movement with a strong voice that together can be able to shift the critical mass and the overall norms.
All right. I'm going to move on to the Deputy Minister in the Department of Public Service and Administration, and that is Dr. Chana Bilani Majake. The big question, of course, for the department is really around making sure that the National Strategic Plan is embedded in the policies of government across the board. And the reason, again, if one looks at least the reflective document that was put together ahead of the summit that lists the outcomes up to September 2022, is that there has been a failure when it comes to ensuring that there is seamless integration of the NSP across government. What are some of the challenges that you have found in that regard? Why is that the state of affairs? Are you not mic'd up?
Thank you, Kathy. I'm not wired. Thank you very much. Kathy, what I would actually just, good morning. Malibongwe. Beautiful women. And I must actually say that indeed we are here again today. We are here again today after the many years of working on the same subject. I was just sitting there and remembering when we went to Beijing in 1995. This was still a problem. And a problem not only for South Africa, but throughout the world. And this is why this became one of the critical areas of concern in terms of the Beijing Platform for Action. We came back. Our governments throughout the world made commitments to actually work on those critical areas of concern, including gender-based violence. The South African government also had its own commitments. But we are still here. What we need to actually do is to put our heads together to see what is it that is really not working out. And maybe also realize that this is a humanity problem. Look at it also from that perspective. But what I like this morning is realizing that we are actually looking at this problem from various dimensions, taking into consideration all societal institutions. The main five being the family, education, health, religion, and of course, business and government. What is important is realizing that the answers are not going to come from just the one institution. They're going to come from all the institutions working in unison to try and eradicate this mammoth problem that is actually eating up the lives of women, including children. When it comes to the Department of Public Service and Administration, the mandating framework to accelerate employer accountability in dealing with work-related violation of the rights of women, the DPSA is focusing on the C90, that implementation of C90, that is the 2019 ILO Convention on Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, Article number 190, and the Code of Good Practice on the Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace, Volume 681 of March 2020. Acceleration of the implementation of the ILO Convention on Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the Workplace, that is C90, is imperative. The Department of Public Service and Administration is in the process of reviewing policy and procedures and management of sexual harassment in the public service. The public service is obliged to provide safe, healthy, and amicable working environment and shall take steps to maintain this through policies. All employees and other persons who have dealings with the public service have the right to be treated with respect and dignity. Sexual harassment is categorized as an occupational injury by the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases, Act number 130 of 1993. The Labor Relations Act and the Employment Equity Act are the main acts that deal with harassment in the workplace. Both have code of good practice on the handling of cases of sexual harassment.
that set out appropriate procedures to deal with allegations of sexual harassment. South Africa regards all forms of harassment as a form of unfair discrimination and constitutes a barrier to equity and equality in the workplace. Harassment also includes the use of physical force or power threatened or actual threats against another person or against employee or group of employees, which either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in social justice, economic harm, injury, death, physical and psychological harm, maldevelopment or deprivation. All forms of harassment against women, men, and the LGBTQIA+ and vulnerable persons in the workplace is an abuse of power. Sexual harassment particularly affects workers in the most vulnerable work situations who have poor access to labor rights such as freedom of association, collective bargaining, decent work, non-discriminatory practices, and access to justice. The goals and objectives of the review in terms of the policy procedures have to do with alignment of the policy with the C90 and the Code of Good Practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. It also has got to do with encouragement of development of the sexual harassment policies and procedures in the world of work across government. Also, it has got to do with deepening the understanding of the nature of harassment while raising awareness of the consequence, encouraging collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, informal sector, unions, and to address substantively all issues of abuse against women in the workplace, strengthening the information and research base on harassment. We need more and more research to be conducted in order for us to actually have better understanding of what we are actually dealing with. Assessing the quality and availability of collective administrative data on harassment still connects with the research process or the research that is actually encouraged in this regard. Assisting stakeholders to provide regular comparative data and to meet and talk about harassment to remove the shame and stigma surrounding the issue. South African Constitution protects the right to dignity, equality, and fair labor practice in terms of the Bill of Rights. South Africa is committed to elimination, prevention, and management of all forms of harassment, including gender-based harassment in the workplace, with the aim of creating safe workspaces that are free from harassment. Section 6.3 of the Employment Equity Act states that harassment of an employee, and these are the instruments that we've got as government. Yes, these are the instruments we've got as government that are supposed to actually help in terms of protection of violation of women in the workplace, with the Department of Public Service and Administration being the custodian of this, with the Department of Public Service and Administration having the responsibility.
I'm going to ask you, just go and take your seat, and then we'll continue with the dialogue. So you can just, I think you can just go and sit down, and then we'll continue.
Okay, my time is up. I will sit down and wait for questions. I thank you.
You can keep the mic. You can keep the mic. All right, thank you. All right. Thanks for that, Minister. I think that part of what perhaps we were really looking for were the specifics, because we know that ultimately the people who are responsible for giving meaning and expression to the strategic plan are individuals that are part of the public service and administration, and that goes across the board, from junior level right up to management. And there have been questions raised about the capacity of these individuals to implement what the plan says. So when it comes to your own role as a department, again, going back to the reflective document that says the outcomes broadly from a governmental perspective has been poor implementation of the NSP in departments. So what is the problem there? Why are we seeing such poor outcomes in the implementation of the NSP across government?
Thank you, Kathy. When it comes to capacity of public servants, this is one area that we actually mostly focus on, because you asked about the capacity for them to actually be in the position to manage to do the work in terms of rolling out the National Strategic Plan. It is our responsibility as the Department of Public Service and Administration to actually set up programs through the National School of Government to capacitate public servants in order for us to actually manage to build the capable and developmental state. We do that. We do it with everything that has got to do with the kind of competency that we have to be responsible for, including the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence. The National School of Government has actually drawn a curriculum that's going to actually be rolled out in order for government to actually help the public servants responsible for rolling out the NSP to be in the position to manage to do it accordingly.
Is there a reporting mechanism that you, as the Department of Public Service, runs to see how departments are faring? Because when we talk about the kind of capacity you're talking about, it's over a long-term basis, right? So people will register for different courses. It could take a year, it could take a couple of years. But in the meantime then, how do you ensure that the commitments are not falling behind?
Thank you, Kathy, for that question. Normally, what would actually happen when it comes to NSP and any other program that government is actually rolling across the board, what will happen is that there will be a reporting mechanism that is actually developed that will have to be pulled together. At some stage, we will come back here and actually deliver a report, which is the outcome of the processes that will have taken place in government. Remember, the NSP is still very new. And this is why for now we're still setting up mechanisms. And in the next, I don't know whether we will have the next gender-based conference, we may be in the position to then give a report. We don't want to come here and actually just thumbsuck and talk about things that don't exist. We need to be realistic, even with time frames, in terms of implementation of whatever process government is actually responsible for.
All right. So as things stand within the department, there is no specific comprehensive document that speaks to this question, as things stand?
I've mentioned that the curriculum that has already been developed by the National School of Government that falls under the Department of Public Service and Administration.
All right. Minister, we'll leave it there for this morning. I'm going to come to the other side of the panel, and I'm worried that some of you might be in the dark, so I hope I'm not completely in your way. DJ, I might ask that they come and move your chair just to the other side of the stage, because I'm afraid the rest of the room won't be able to see you. But before we do that, let me bring in the Commission for Gender Equality. And representing the Commission is O'Hara Ngoma Diseko. And we know again the role of the Gender Commission in as far as providing oversight and implementation of the NSP. You've had a lot of instability at the CGE, and part of the work that you do is also to deal with complaints, whether from ordinary members of the public, civil society, that affect the responses to gender-based violence in the country. So, how do you plan then on improving, number one, the stability of the organization, and what would you say the role of this instability has been on your ability to have effective monitoring and oversight over the NSP?
Thank you very much, Kathy, and good morning to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. When you talk about the instability of the organization, can you explain to me what exactly you're talking about? Because if you are talking about attrition, and all organizations have got attrition, and there is a way of how you deal with attrition when people leave for whatever reason. There are processes of recruitment and filling positions. So if you can clarify, I know that there's been articles written in the newspaper, the media. So I don't know if your question is informed by the media articles or what, but obviously every organization, including the CGE, which may have issues in terms of, I wouldn't even say instability, because instability means there is chaos, there is no work. There is a lot of work that is taking place in the CGE. And that can be demonstrated by recently we had our 25 years anniversary, which was not just a celebration, but it was a reflection of what we have done in the past 25 years and what we need to do going forward, amongst which is repositioning the CGE as a catalyst organization. And that will involve various processes of an internal reorganization, internal reorientation, and all of that. And that is common in all organizations. And by the way, in terms of our 5-year strategy, CGE strategy, we have one of the objectives is Objective 4, which talks about building a strong, sustainable Commission for Gender Equality. We need a strong, sustainable Commission for Gender Equality with all the internal mechanisms of a strong organization, its people, its budget, its systems, its ICT. It's one of the strategic objectives that we have, because we know that in order for us to carry out our huge mandate, we actually have to have a strong, well-resourced, and well-organized organization.
So effectively then, you're saying that what has been said, including by some people that have left the CGE, around the state of the organization is not a fair reflection of what is happening within the organization?
I don't want to talk about hearsay. I don't know who the people are that you are referring to. Yes. If we are to be constructive, you have to listen to what I am responding to, the question of how I'm responding to the question. Now, Kathy, if you say to me, people who have left, people will have perspectives. Me, as Ohara Ngomadiseko, a commissioner there, my biggest dream is for a strong CGE, where we have a CGE that comprises the Secretariat and the Commissioner as one coin, very strong, focused on the mandate. So if you're going to say to me, people are saying, which people? Which people? It doesn't help to shout. It doesn't help.
So to avoid it becoming too much of a back and forth, because it might also derail us, ultimately the concern goes to the ability of the CGE to hold government accountable where it is not fulfilling its mandate. How would you say the organization is faring on that front?
Say that again.
Holding government accountable.
Yeah.
How would you say the organization is faring on that front?
Oh, well, we do our work of monitoring. And I can share with you what we have done. You have asked...
All right, I'm just going to ask you to sit up because you're blocking your mic a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. There was a very specific question that we had to respond to about what the CGE has done in terms of oversight and monitoring the CGE. Do you want me to answer that one? Okay. I think, let me start by saying that the CGE has got our mandate, which is to promote, to protect, and to develop and gender equality. We have that mandate. And the Commission for Gender Equality has, through our own research unit, been involved in tracking, monitoring, and assessing the country's interventions to deal with gender-based violence and femicide for the past decade. And it's important for me to say for the past decade because the struggle for gender,
So I think the question here, Sis O'Hara, just in the interest of time, is to be able to very plainly say that this is how we are going about the task of holding government accountable.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me give a simple example. Since the announcement of the 30 hotspots for gender GBV hotspots that were announced, the police stations, the CGE undertook oversight of all those police stations throughout the country. And there is a report. But I want to say that the CGE has done those kinds of monitoring of police stations for the last 10 years. And the problems that we discovered now in this term when we're doing oversight of police stations are problems that have been...
So what happens after you have identified the problem? What do you do with that information where it relates to the relevant department? And how are you ensuring that those departments then are responsive even to the work that you are doing? Because if the reports are sitting with you, it doesn't result in
sitting with me.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking you to tell us. Tell us how the CGE, your work, from what you do, then translates into ultimately what filters into the departments and the issues that they respond to.
We submit the reports to the political heads. For example, with the police stations, we had the report, and it was launched, and we had engagements with the police, and we are going to monitor whether those recommendations are being done.
Okay.
And I can outline some of those. And this is going to be a continuous process. And we are engaging with the police. We go there first time, second time, we check what progress has been made and all of that.
All right.
You know?
I think we're going to pause it there because I also have to watch the clock very carefully. DJ Momoniat, good morning to you. Good to have you on the panel. I understand that the reason you came slightly late is as a result of the planning and not your own fault. So I wanted to clear that, just in case you take a bit of heat for it from the floor once you have the mic in your hand. Let's firstly just begin with this clear question. There's been a lot of commitment made around how government is going to be helping with the implementation of the NSP. That can't happen without budget. Minister Lindiwe Zulu was up here saying that if she's to meet her own expectations in terms of her department, they need money. How much money has gone towards the implementation of the National Strategic Plan, and in particular, fighting gender-based violence? not reallocations of budgets that were supposed to go elsewhere, or the running of programs that have been somewhat cushioned to look like gender-based violence programs, but money that has gone towards this project.
No, thank you, Kathy. And as you said, apologies, I thought I was on later, but I think the time changed. And let me start by saying, certainly I think as a Treasury official, as a government official, as a citizen of this country, I think that the problem we're dealing with on gender-based violence and femicide is the biggest problem and crisis that we have to deal with. It's urgent, and I think certainly I recognize, the department recognizes that we have to do more, and clearly we're not winning if you look at the numbers, and I think the President outlined that yesterday quite well, the scourge that we're dealing with. And I think the question you ask is a very important question, because we have a number of programs, and the issue is, are they being funded adequately? And I'm going to answer that. I have a figure 13 billion, which I'll explain.
13
billion rands.
13 or 30?
13, but
Okay.
let me explain the figure, because it's not as straightforward as it seems. Because I think it's important that we all understand, when we want to understand the figure, is how government is organized, that you have government departments, you've got programs within government departments, and firstly, the budget would allocate to departments, and from that, it's allocated to the program, and it's up to each department then whether it spends those funds or not. And to actually get the actual spending is an exercise that you have to monitor and develop. So if you look at the amounts, and you know, I would be the first to say the amount matters less, because whatever we spend is not going to be enough given the scale of the problem that we're dealing with. Secondly, the issue is, what is the capability of the state? I think that even before state capture, it's been a problem, and certainly with state capture, it became a bigger problem. Can departments actually do what they say they're going to do? If a program has been budgeted for, are they able to do that? I think that's a challenge we face across government, not just for programs around gender-based violence and femicide. It's a huge problem. It impacts on delivery of services, how we serve communities, the role that government plays. And I know that there's enormous frustration with us as government that we aren't delivering. We're not able to do what we say we're going to do. That's the one problem. I think the questions that are raised about accountability, I think is critical. All of us as public servants must be accountable, and we are not sufficiently accountable for whatever reason. We need to improve the system of accountability and make sure we spend as we say we're going to spend, and that the programs that are there are not just funded, but actually are implemented fully and properly. And I think we've got lots of problems there. So when I come to the amounts, and there certainly are processes, because if you look at the budget process, it's also an allocative process. And what it is we've tried to make it more gender responsive. I'm not saying we've achieved that to the extent that we should, because it's easier said than done, because if you allocate funds, for example, you still need to see to what extent does it deal with for gender responsive programs, for example. Some might be easier to categorize, like if you give funds for social grants and it's given to a woman, then clearly you can score it in a particular way. But it doesn't mean the expenditure is on females only. It's obviously also spent on their children, on whoever. So I'm just saying there's complexity in all of these things, and that's why the figures one can contest.
Sure.
From what we've seen and the amounts
So,
that...
DG, just before you go on, is there a distinction that the Treasury makes between gender-responsive funding and gender-based violence funding?
So it will depend on the program. So specific programs, when departments come and they bid for funds, depending on their programs and how much they differentiate, it would be probably brought in more generally. And, they may not go into that specific detail. That would be left to departments. That's why it becomes a bit of a research effort to try and go through, look at the actual economic classification and try and pick out for that, what is a specific element. Those are the difficulties. And I'm saying, Kathy, that I think there's much more we can do to improve the system, and that amount of transparency can be improved and would be better and would allow us to look at the problem more precisely. But even as we do it, I would be the first to acknowledge, as I said, that our programs and our funding clearly can be improved, and to the extent that we have interactions like these, we can still identify problems. We don't have to complete all the research to say there are these problems, and let's identify them and make sure we succeed. We must succeed in this war against gender-based violence.
I'm going to give you a chance just to give us some of the breakdowns that you wanted to a short while ago.
So you wanted a breakdown?
Yes.
Yes. So the breakdown
Just very
that we have,
yeah.
that I have on me here, is that we think at the national level, and our system of government is complex. You've got national, provincial, and local. And we don't have figures for every sphere or every organ of state. But from the national, we think, and this is an estimate, based on info, it could be better, is we think there's been spending of about 10 billion rand annually at a national level. So this would be departments like health, education, social development, and human settlements, right? So this, over this period, because depending on what time in a year, you've got half of a figure I have is on the budget for these programs is 20 billion. In addition, we believe that in the provinces there's been 3 billion allocated over this 2022 medium-term expenditure framework. There's also specific programs. So look, those are the globular figures. I think what we need to do, and the way we can be held accountable, is to break it down further so that anybody can analyze, is this department, has it actually spent on that program? I don't have that figure on me, but we can certainly try and provide that kind of breakdown. I think just giving
would you say that you have? Would you say that you have money that is returned to Treasury that was specifically allocated for gender-based violence programs that has not been used by departments?
So I don't have that figure, because what happens in a department, I should have the figure. I'm saying I don't have it now, because when a department has a budget.
All right, let's give him a chance to answer, please.
And when the year ends, it's only at that point you would see this was what was budgeted, this was actually what was spent. Then you still have to say within each program what was spent and so on. And a lot of that info one can certainly gauge once they produce their financial statements and you see what the actual spending is against those programs. So it still requires then a research effort to go department by department and within a department, program by program, what elements spent and not spent. But the classification may still be at a higher level to give you the kind of detailed info that you're requiring. I think may not be that easy from published information. One needs to have a specific effort to get that info program by program.
All right. Thanks for that. Ishmael Momoniat, who is the DG in the National Treasury. We're going to open the session up to the floor. I am going to be taking I think we'll be able to maybe squeeze in 4 to 5 questions. I see a lot of them going up on the room. No, I'm going to avoid the side of the room for now. Let me start on the far left or right. I'll come back to you. So I'm going to start on that end of the room, and we'll come back to you. So, yes, the lady in the second row with the black and white jacket. Yes, ma'am. We're going to try and get a microphone to you.
No, she must get to the microphone.
All right. What happened to the roving microphones?
Here's mics. Yes, mics.
Oh, are the mics over there?
Yes.
All right. Can we give the lady in the black and white an opportunity to go first, please?
I'm also a gender non-confirming, so I'm not sure when you're saying a lady, are you referring to me?
No, I specifically pointed to her. I think you know who I was talking about.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Linda Peter. I'm from the private sector. In fact, a state-owned entity. My question is directed to the Minister at the DPSA. Minister, gender-based violence in the workplace is an unspoken phenomenon. How does DPSA monitor the scourge of gender-based violence in the workplace? Because it is not physical, it is not sexual harassment, it's non-reported, but it is economical and emotional. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. You see, so, okay, we're going to have to find a way of working together here, because we were supposed to have roving microphones. At the beginning of the session, I said we would indicate by way of hands.
Okay.
There are people that are sitting down who did raise their hands up. And I think it was part of. Can you let me finish? So, what we will do is that I'm going to begin firstly by taking the people who respected what I said in the beginning and are seated. We'll take their questions, and then we will come to those that are standing behind the microphone. I made it very clear in the beginning. The second question is going to come from the first row. Yes, ma'am, you can please go to the microphone. Please go to the microphone. You will be followed by the lady in the white t-shirt. Yes, ma'am. You can stand up.
There's a light. There's a.
Not eyes.
Okay.
Not the people.
All right. Yes, ma'am, I see your hands. Yeah.
Okay, from the Minister Zulu. My question is, why are we excluding non-funded organizations on dialogues, trainings, and meetings within the respective provinces? And why don't national office coordinate funding processes? Because in the provinces, we are not really comfortable with the process being done on funding. And then on UN Women, what are your plans in strengthening or developing shelters in South Africa because we did not hear anything about strengthening or developing shelters. And
right.
then public services, were meetings held with other departments to see how all activities will be implemented in line with the NSP. And then lastly, CGE, what is the criteria you're going to use to monitor those police stations that you were talking about? I thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, the lady in the white. The lady in the white T-shirt, yeah? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Kathy. This is Bernadine. We are from the Western Cape Women's Shelter Movement, and as a collective, we're going to ask a couple of questions.
Can I ask that we try and limit the number of questions that we ask? As you can see, there's a long line of people that also want to have their say.
Thank you. This is a question to the Minister of the Department of Social Development. In 2019, the CGE released the investigative report into the state of shelters in South Africa. That report concluded, and I quote, that shelters in South Africa are in a state of crisis. The recommendations that came out of that report spoke to the need for adequate funding and standardized funding for shelters across the board. On the 23rd of July 2019, the National Shelter Movement handed over a memorandum to the Minister of the Department of Social Development calling for DSD to adequately cost and sufficiently fund all shelters rendering services to survivors of gender-based violence, and asking DSD to ensure sufficient funding for the employment of minimum staff complements, including managers, social workers, social auxiliary workers in shelters. We also ask that funding models be implemented to make sure that funding is standardized and that quality services could be affected by shelters. To date, the National Shelter Movement has not received a response to that memorandum. We handed over personally in 2019.
All right.
Now, we are going forward. We have an intersectoral shelter policy that we're about to be trained in the Western Cape on Monday and Tuesday next week. My question is, 3 years later, is there a policy that is to be implemented to fund the standardized sheltering policy that speaks to adequate, standardized funding for shelters? With the conversations that are happening amongst shelter managers today are talking to managers being extremely stressed because they are unable to make payments on their basic bills by the end of this month. I would like to know what the Department of Social Development is doing to support shelters.
All right. Let's pause it there. Let me give the panelists an opportunity to respond to that first round of questions, mostly directed to the Minister of Social Development and the Department of Public Service and Administration. I'll also let you come in, UN Women.
Shall I start?
Minister Zulu, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were starting on the other side. Yes. Thank you very much. With regard to the non-registered, the non-registered NPOs, I think we need to make it very clear that it would not be proper for national to be the one that does almost everything, when at provincial and at local level we've got structures. The reason why the money that is received by the Department of National Development at national level is then dispersed to the provinces, it is because we need to have a proper people who are almost close to the people on the ground. That's the first thing. The second thing is that even for accountability purposes, we need to have systems that is enabling to say that if the Department of Social Development in the Northern Cape or in the Eastern Cape the money is dispersed to them, it is because they are on the ground, they are supposed to respond. So if in case let me finish. If in case you are not happy with what is happening from a point of view of you not receiving the kind of attention that you deserve, which is supposed to be given to you by the Department of Social Development, both at national and local level, then you have the recourse of then writing to the department at national level and expressing yourself that you are unhappy with the services that you get. Because the bottom line is that we cannot be sitting in Pretoria or in Cape Town and be expected to ensure that everything happens properly on the ground. Yes, we have a responsibility as the executive to monitor. That's why we have what we call a MINMAC, which brings the national minister as well as the provincial MECs. But if you are unhappy with the services that's being given by them, you then need to come to us and say, they are not servicing us in the following areas. And I'd like to ask the department here, the officials who are here, to go directly to the young lady, the one who spoke about the fact that they're not happy with the service, because we need to make sure that in our monitoring and evaluation, then we extend it to yourselves. They are here, they are going to talk to you. The second issue with regard to the shelters, yes, I must accept the fact that the issue of the shelters in South Africa, we must acknowledge the fact that we are not doing enough in as far as the shelters are concerned. And we acknowledge also the report that they spoke about here, which was brought to us by the CGE. And I remember very well the memorandum, and I recall we did respond. I think I need to ask the department, because in my books, I know that we responded to the CGE report. But I also want to indicate that in terms of the shelters, we have, as I indicated earlier on, I spoke to a new policy that we are trying to develop to make sure that the shelters are standardized, to make sure that the services that are rendered at the shelters are standardized, but also even with the funding. But having said about standardization, we must also appreciate the fact that some of the shelters are getting money from government. Some of the shelters are fundraising for themselves to also increase the money that they have. But as a matter of principle, from a policy point of view, we agree we must standardize, because the treatment of people must be the same. When a woman and children are running to the shelter, the first point of call when they arrive there, it must be standardized. When we have to call the police, when we have to call the social workers, when we have to call all other services that are supposed to be there, must be standardized. The biggest challenge we've had is the fact that these shelters, those that are in better off places, you find that the support even by the communities is better off. But those shelters which are in poor areas are the shelters that I personally believe we need to focus on very much. And again, I come to the private sector, because even the discussions with the private sector about what support they need to give to the shelters, we are doing that.
All right. Let me give Alita a chance to respond from UN Women.
Yes. Thanks for the question about the role of the UN in shelter provision. I think your question speaks to the role of the UN in the overall sector of ending violence against women and girls in South Africa. And that role is to support civil society and to support the government in a number of specific areas, such as where needed, where requested, bringing in the global evidence base, bringing in global technical assistance as needed, in addition to areas such as developing standards, coordination, and looking at funding models. The UN are not here, we're not in a position to fund the shelter movement. What we need to do is to play our role, and civil society play their role, the private sector and government. If we do this in a coordinated way, we can improve the provision of shelter to women and girls in South Africa.
All right. Dr. Chana?
Thank you, Kathy. In terms of what measures have been put in place to monitor
sexual harassment in government. What happens is that every year in April, departments submit their reports on sexual harassment in government so that we can actually manage to know how many cases have actually taken place, how have they been handled, and that is actually put in a form of a report. And one thing is that also in terms of Section 60 of the Employment Equity Act, there is a provision that actually talks to failure of senior management within government to take action as to what measures need to be put in place to deal with that. It's about sanctioning. And there is also now currently a move to actually also manage to label sexual harassment in the workplace as corruption. When somebody requires sexual favors from you, for you to actually manage to get something from government, it should actually then be classified as corruption and be handled as such. Thank you.
Let me go back then to this side of the room. I'm coming, Ma. I'm coming. Apologies, I'm coming. Okay. Let me give you a chance to go. Yes, sir.
Thanks. As I indicated, my name is Katle Horasibite, the Minister of Safer Sex in South Africa. My question goes to CGE. It's been a 2022 CGE. It's been a quite difficult time to work with you in terms of the national sex worker sector. By the time you took a press release to take position on decriminalization of sex work, we took us to a lot of engagement and consultations that we feel they were meaningless, like fruitless. I want in this conference 2022 today, the 2nd of September, November, we need just one amplified voice from CGE on their position on decriminalization of sex work, as they also need to implement the NSP of gender-based violence and femicide. We just need one voice, CGE. We don't want to hear your deputies, your coordinators saying other things for ETV or other things for ENCA. We need one amplified voice. What is your position, CGE, on decriminalization of sex work in South Africa?
All right. Thanks for that.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Kathy. My name is Mahlomo Latau. I am a social worker by profession. Now, for the benefit of the minister, let me make a plea, but I'm making a plea from the heart of a veteran social worker here. I'm making a plea on behalf of what I call the SAPSWA alumni. I'm making a plea for the minister to consult as vigorously as possible with the Council for Social Workers, with all the training institutions that is training a cohort of social workers that we're having in the country now. My plea is based on the following, Minister. During the COVID pandemic, I had an opportunity with a team of all social workers to travel the country to train young social workers who are already on the field. Alas, to our dismay, we realized that these kind of social workers that we are training, who are supposed to be engaging with people, needed nothing else but social work 101. There is absolutely no idea of clinical social work, and we don't blame the social workers themselves. We blame the training institutions. And Minister, we know that you've got a relationship because you are the one who established the Council for Social Workers to urgently ensure that training is reviewed.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep.
To the CGE, I don't know what I must call it, a request or a plea or a question, but if the lady who spoke is a commissioner, Commissioner O'Hara Diseko, would understand my soul for having underplayed the oversight role that the CGE is playing when we're dealing with this scourge of gender-based violence. To the question that you asked her, the commissioner decided to respond only on the role that what the CGE is doing about the police. When the scourge is so huge, and when the CGE is doing so much, If that be the case, perhaps, I'm sorry if I might be sounding insinuative, but Commissioner, the office should have prepared you to come and respond to the summit of this nature. You cannot come and stand on the stage and talk to us about the police when the scourge goes beyond the police, goes to sex workers, goes to many other things. Please, I would like you at the end of it all to apologize to the summit. Apologize for having downplayed the oversight role that the CGE is playing. I am a former employee of the CGE Commission. I thank you.
Thank you for that. There was a lady who had her hand up. I recognized her first. Yes, ma'am.
Not you. Me.
Yes, you.
Thank you. My name is Nombeko. I already said about who I am. I'm from Ilichalaband. There was only one question that I want to ask. Which vetting process is used to employ government employees? Because what happened in Claremont, in Cape Town, of employing someone that was on parole, end up killing Oyinene. We want to know which vetting processes are you using, Department of Labor and the DSP.
All right, we're going to pause it there, come back to the floor and give the panelists an opportunity to respond. Yes, I'm coming, Mama. I'm coming.
I can go?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ntate Mahlumula, my brother. I fully agree with you and the importance of consultation and extensive consultation. I fully agree with you there. We will continue to engage. In fact, the council is in place. I'm supposed to also have the first meeting with the new council. But with regard to the training of social workers, I think I fully agree. The issue of clinical social workers was raised also yesterday. And I also fully agree with you that when people are social workers, may I also just say, the Department of Social Development, in all honesty, and the social workers that are either employed under the Department of Social Development or any other department, because we do have other social workers who are employed by other different departments. There needs to be an improvement in the curriculum of the training, because the challenges of today are not the same challenges of yesterday. I was in the Northern Cape not long ago, and I was informed, for instance, that even those that go to our drug rehabilitation centers, we were told that the kind of drugs that are being used today, in terms of treating them to get them out of the drugs themselves, there are a lot of new drugs that have found themselves in place, and therefore we need to make sure that there is a different training for them. And also, with regard to the kind of workers, how are they employed? I can tell you, government has got a very, very vigorous process of employment. People apply, they go through panels in order for them to be hired as whatever. But there's one thing that I think we must also appreciate. Some people can come and have all the necessary degrees, have all the necessary experience, but you cannot get into their souls. It means we must find a new way of getting into people's souls, because when people are being hired, they are hired on the basis of their qualification, on the basis of their experience. In fact, in government now, we even make sure that there's a security check on the people that are being hired by government. But what those people do, because we cannot deny the fact that the very same people we have in our offices are the very same people who are coming from communities, from societies where the issue of gender-based violence is a problem. It therefore means what government needs to do, working together with civil society, there must be a continuous and consistent training that is focused on how do you find how do you discover those people who harbor those kind of attitudes within them of abuse?
Sure.
Some sit in offices nicely. Immediately when they get out of their offices, the first thing they do when they get into their homes, they change and they are no longer the same people. And we cannot make that to be a problem of just social development or government alone.
All
It
right.
is a societal problem that we need to deal with.
Ms. O'Hara, do you want to respond?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Let me start with the issue raised about DCRIM. I can say here now that the Commission for Gender Equality has got a position on DCRIM and it supports DCRIM. At this point, it has not been changed. The position has not been changed. Now, on the question that was raised, I don't know the gentleman's name. He was talking about that I only spoke about police. You are correct, sir. The CGE has done a lot of work, but I suppose it was the structure and the emphasis of the question. The emphasis of the question was on destabilization. I did not get an opportunity to talk about the actual work that the CGE does. When the CGE, when we had COVID, for example, the CGE was declared an essential service. And during that time, we were present. We oversaw the disaster regulations to establish the gaps. We looked at them through a gender lens. And the first set of regulations did not cover women who are pregnant, women with children, and other women with special needs. It was the work of the CGE. We were there, we were present in the hospitals, at Krisani, at Pulushong, everywhere we were there, present during the height of COVID. The CGE was there. We were doing monitoring work. We actually, during that time, even when we did an environment scan, we actually said that post-COVID, and at that time we thought it would be 3 months or 6 months, we are going to have an exponential growth of learner pregnancy. And learner pregnancy means the education outcome is negated. We have to do a plan. We did a lot of work. Right. We're looking at that. And now, at this point, we are actually saying we are looking at teen pregnancy not just as an individual thing, but with a developmental eye because of the impact, the socio-economic impact of teen pregnancy and learner pregnancy on the country. We are beginning to say the boy child, the men who get involved with teens, is it statutory rape, and what must happen?
All right.
Also, we are looking at the issue of, we've had engagement with, last year we had a webinar on SRHR, looking at issues of SRHR.
All right.
Variously. We do a lot of work. The only thing is that the structure of this interview just confined me to media speculation and what those people who were being referred to as saying, which is let me talk, which is very important. I have prepared for this summit because it's very important. Gender violence, femicide must stop. And the CGE is the result of the work and sweat of those people who struggled for a democratic South Africa.
All right.
And
Ms.
we are
O'Hara?
going to strengthen it. And we are going to hit gender-based violence. We are going to ensure that women get empowerment. And we are going to ensure that we uproot patriarchy, even from the minds of the men
Ms.
and the
O'Hara,
young children,
I'm going
so
to have
that
to
we
pause you
have
there.
the society, the non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous South Africa,
All
for
right.
which so many people died. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ms. O'Hara. Let me come to the right side of the room. Can we just check the microphones, please?
1, 2, sabotage. Okay. Cela ukusho nje ukuthi sizwile abominister basebenza kanzima kakhulu bayajuluka phansi phezulu. Siyabonga umsebenzi wabo omuhle kodwa sicela nje into eyi1 besicela nyekela ukutshontsha imali. Ngoba le mali leni itshontshayo yile ibikade izosiza thina la masiya ku state capture. I-state capture siyasikhombisa ukuthi imali kakhulu itshontshe lapha phezulu besicela ukuthi ake kumiwe minister officials abazazi ukuthi abatshontshe is fine but sengikhuluma nalabo abatshontshayo ukuthi siyacela nyeke ukutshontsha sizokwazi ukusizakala because siyazi ukuthi sidinga i-36 billion ukudila ne-gender based violence kule country ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. So there's a couple of issues here. The first is that when we marched on the 13th of September 2019 to Sandton to request a 2% levy be imposed on JSE-listed entities to contribute towards the GBVF fund, it was to talk about the fund that is going to be run by the GBVF Council. The current interim fund that is a private sector-led fund is an initiative to basically kind of shut us up so that there can be a stopgap measure in between. Right? And so for Mrs. de Villiers to say that she doesn't have confidence to invest money in a structure that is actually private sector led is very, very dodgy for me. The second thing, how does the DG of Treasury come to an accountability panel without the figures of how much money has been returned? We are here to account, and we need to know how much departments are returning to you so that we can hold them to account for that. So coming here ill-prepared is disrespecting the summit. The third thing is that, Minister Zulu, the shelters are funded almost operationally only about 39%. So they have to go outside and fundraise. So if you actually did put the resources and made them available, the shelters would be able to be sustained with the grants that they get from social development, which they are not at the moment. I think it's really important that we talk about the issue of social workers and making sure that there's enough money to invest in social workers in this country. Social development is really letting us down in this one. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. My name is Lydia Mweng. Colleagues, I really understand where Ms. de Villiers comes from when she says there's an issue of trust to a point that business is failing to invest. When you look at the situation of COVID PPE, where there was a lot of money pumped into a coffers, and when people were requested to give quotations for whatever service they could provide, there were names of government, big government officials that were mentioned in the pipeline, which means if business is to pump in money for GBV, there must be a system that will monitor the use of that money by the NPOs, not by the hands of the people who will come in and look for a share. They are always looking for a share in the money that is meant to assist the people that are assisting other people. And another thing is that, when people register NPOs, they do that because they've got passion in a particular field. And some of the things that they register for are national, but you find yourself registering in the Northwest because you are in the Northwest at that time, but your programs grow to the national level, and you find that when you want to be operating with the same name in another province, you find issues with regard to that. You are told your address is in the Northwest, you cannot do your work in Limpopo and things like that. So, right. Minister of Social Development, please guide there and assist us there. So my emphasis is let there be accountability on the resources that are disbursed to the NPOs. Thank you.
All right. We're going to pause it there, give them a chance to respond to some of those questions. A lot of them are mostly comments, but I want to hear if, yes, Minister Chana, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Kathy. I want to just begin by acknowledging the role that has actually been played by The gentleman that you spoke now, Mahlomola Tau, and the retired social workers in terms of providing free counseling voluntarily across the country is something commendable. If we can have more and more South Africans really giving whatever skills they have to actually assist in areas of concern. There was a question or a comment about corruption in South Africa and probably what we're doing about it in government. I must actually say that we are a government that's viciously fighting corruption. And how you'd actually see this, you see it in the type of measures that we've actually put in place to really ensure that the government resources, which is part of the mandate of the Department of Public Service and Administration, government resources will be utilized for the purpose they are meant for. And lately, you would realize that there has been policies that have been developed, including what we call lifestyle audit policies that will actually go and investigate people who live a lifestyle that is beyond what is their salaries. And we also have the fusion center that government has actually put into place that has got all the state security apparatus coming together to actually help each other to work on corruption. What it means is that even money that is meant for gender-based violence is going to actually have to be taken care of by the same structures. We have the national hotline on abuse of state funds, or if you need to report anything as a whistleblower, we have that hotline. We have also the protected disclosures amendment bill that is also currently being improved to protect the whistleblowers. So South Africa is serious about corruption. We are aware of the corruption that has taken place in the past, and we're saying we're not looking back. We're going to continue to fight viciously in order for us to be in a position to take care of the state funds to ensure that there is that proper development across the board in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Minister Zulu, do you want to respond to the comments briefly, please?
Yes, very briefly. The first speaker who spoke about stopping the stealing of the money, yes, you also have to help us in making sure that those that you know are stealing the money, you go and report them to the police so that we don't generalize. Yes, that's a fact. We must not generalize. We must not generalize, because I agree with her when she says we must stop those that are stealing the money. One of the good things that is happening in South Africa, which I think sometimes maybe we underestimate the fact that we've just come out of a Zondo commission, which was enabled, which was funded, which was able to go out and dig out the problems where they are. We now have a report that we must make sure that is implemented. And the implementation of that report is part of assisting us to stop those who are stealing. And I still insist, don't generalize about stealing, because it's not all of us sitting here who are stealing money from government. Both as ministers, as deputy ministers, and officials. Don't generalize, because I would not want to generalize about people who are not accountable about the money that government gives to them. Let us not generalize. With regard to the issue of the shelters, I fully agree. The money that is given to the shelters is not adequate. That is the reason why we go also to the private sector, we go to the churches, we go to the people on the ground. And by the way, sometimes we can just be talking about money when it comes to shelters. I have crisscrossed this country. I have found ordinary people who have got absolutely nothing, who go to the shelters to assist in the shelters. So the money that we have in government, it's not adequate. Even with the money that we give into shelters, in my view, it is not adequate.
All right.
We need to increase it where we can. But we must also not forget about the fact that Treasury sits with a bigger issue of covering the entire country and all the issues that are related. When we ask the Treasury about money that goes back to them, from the Department of Social Development. The money that is given to us that has to go to the provinces. We don't have that money that says we did not spend this one that needed to go, because immediately when it comes to us, it doesn't sit with us, it goes directly. Whether it goes to SASSA, and by the way, it is this department that is paying almost 30 million people today, whether it's social grants or all aspects of social grants, including the 350, all that money goes directly to SASSA, and SASSA does the payment. The money goes to the National Development Agency, and the National Development Agency disperses the money to NPOs and NGOs. Lastly, I need to make this statement. We spend partly per year, money that goes to NPOs is 80.2 billion rands. That money doesn't sit with us. That money goes to the NPOs and the NGOs. And if we need to put record on the table, where does that money go to? We have the records which NPOs have been given that money.
All right. Let's pause it there. DG, I see you want to respond briefly as well?
Yes, no, thank you. No, I think the Minister has covered, I think, just how the system works with funding and so on. I think just the additional questions that were asked. I think what I was trying to say is that the amounts that I've given are an estimate based on specific programs. Certainly as Treasury, we're happy to talk to any representatives here to see how we can improve the reporting on specific types of programs, including what is returned. What I was trying to say is that the amounts that might get returned are the entire department's amounts. It's only now that you might get, as annual reports come out, per program to see what's funded. But even that might be at too high a level. It might not give the information that many here are looking for.
All right.
And I'm saying we're prepared to engage and see how we can report better, because the basic breakdowns might be there, but one needs to do some work to pull them together depending on the question asked.
I'm going to ask that our panelists please stay in your seats, because we are going to continue with this question and answer session, especially for the people who are still on their feet and want to answer questions. You can see that there's quite a number of questions that remain, and we want to give an opportunity for all of you to have your say. What will also need to happen in the meantime, looking at where we are in terms of the time and the program, is to allow for those that are supposed to be part of the commissions to actually go to the commissions. I'm going to call Sbongile up to come and tell us exactly how they foresee this part of the program running. But we will continue with the question and answer session. The panelists are not going anywhere, and I think there's specific people, as Bongile will explain better exactly how they envision this part of the program taking place, while the main plenary hall continues with the question and answers. Bongile?
Hi, the panel is going to remain, so you are all going to be able to ask the questions. So, for now, what we are going to do is to ask people who would like to go to the action caucuses that did not happen yesterday and had to be carried over to today. So, you need to be able to look at the venue and then go to the applicable action caucuses that you would like to go to. The relevant people who are facilitating those caucuses can continue, and then we will also allow all the people who want to ask questions to exactly do that. So people can proceed to the action caucuses. Thank you very much.
All right, so while that takes place, we'll continue with the questions from the right side of the hall. I think the announcement was pretty clear, and you can just let us know who you're directing your questions to.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm directing my question to the Commissioner from the Commission for Gender Equality. The CGE took back 19 million to Treasury, money that was supposed to be used to protect, promote, monitor and evaluate gender equality. That money was taken back to Treasury. When we have been speaking about how we feel the CGE as a Chapter 9 institution with a very big and mammoth task is underfunded. But this institution took back 19 million. And you have a commissioner who comes here and wants to tell us that all these things that we know are hearsays, and they are from who? The same CGE in its meeting abuses a woman with albinism who's a commissioner. Such recordings are public. In fightings that make its fighting capacity to be reduced. And the commissioner comes here and tells us that it's hearsay. In 2018, we made a call, clear call, you must go to the recordings and see, on the plight of women that are arrested because they ended up killing their perpetrators when they were trying to defend themselves. There was a woman there called Martha who was brought chained. Martha was brought in chains to come and speak about her plight. And we said we want parole for Martha. We further said we want the CGE to do a study on women that are arrested under such circumstances. But because the CGE is incoherent, they come here today and say nothing. We have not heard what she's saying. We have not seen anything of the work. So we want to know, where's that report on women arrested? And where's the parole for Martha? She cannot be used as a token. She came in chains. She cannot be used as a token. Where is Martha's parole? Where is the report on such women? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Can we just let's give others an opportunity to ask questions, please?
Thank you. Thank you. This question is for the lady from UN Women. Speaking as an activist and feminist and survivor on the ground, a lot of the things that we need to do to combat gender-based violence is engage with activist survivors on the ground, as you know. You have an amazing global policy of unpaid labor. Yet, when it comes to engaging with activists, writers, feminists in South Africa, your policy is not to pay us. So we're asking this question, when are you changing that policy? Because we don't have the luxury, many people in this room don't have the luxury of standard salaries coming through. So this additional work which we do for you should be remunerated. To the lady from the business sector, Mandisa already highlighted on that. The other aspect is from your capacity. A lot of corporates support, promote, and celebrate convicted abusers. What can you do to stop that and to combat that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
My question, firstly, Minister Zulu, you said reporting NPOs that are not happy, they must rewrite letters, report to your people on the ground. My question is, we report to your people on the ground, but from our experience as Gwanele Foundation, we've been blocked, we've been kicked out of trainings. So if the very people that you are sending us to report to on the ground are blocking us, and I've shared emails with the different pillars to show them how Gwanele Foundation was kicked out of NICDEM. So who then do we report to if the very people on the ground, they are here, they are in here, NICDEM, Andre is here, Mr. Sbusiso Malope is here, the whole team is here. They can't even look at Sihle CBC in their eyes because they know that I have spoken and we feel justice for us. We are being silenced, and that is gender-based violence at its highest, because if you are trying to gag us, if you gaslight us and silence us, that is emotional abuse and it's GBVF.
So,
Number two,
I
want to say,
just so that we're clear,
yes,
are these officials from the department who
Department of Social Development, my darling?
Where?
Johannesburg, Gauteng.
Okay.
They are right in here. Right. And then Minister Zulu, you said we must constantly correct each other. How and when we are being silenced and gaslighted. D. Miss Johnny de Villiers, I want to say thank you for acknowledging the lack of structure. Because you said something that you have the money is there, but the lack of trust, because there's no structures in places. We had a GBVF in Daba under Act Now a week ago, and one of the resolutions was for a private sector to trust NPOs. Why is Department of Social Development or Community Safety not taking NPOs on the ground by the hand, facilitating the handover to say, I know this NPO, I trust them, work with them. That way, that bridges the gap of lack of trust.
All right.
Why can't that happen? Lastly, faith sector, Ms. Daniela. I want to say to you, I applaud you for what you've done. Kwanele Foundation, we have an office called Kwanele Mfundisi, right? Thank you for acknowledging the damage that the faith sector causes to our people. My question is, faith action to gender-based violence and femicide, does it include the Independent Council of Churches? Because we work with South African Council of Churches, but then there's an Independent Council of Churches. Now, the Independent Council of Churches is those churches that say, who do not account to anybody. They say you were not there when God called me. They don't have committees, they have nothing. And mostly GBVF is experienced in these independent churches because they get away with murder. And most of these independent churches, they are mega churches because they make money. They are here to make money. Unfortunately, I'm not xenophobic, but you find that most are non-South Africans who have opened mega churches in our country, and they are being busy either peddling drugs, raping girls, causing division within families. Mothers and children are displaced. My question is to you in the faith sector. How then do you bridge the gap? Because we advocate for the regulation of churches so that there's accountability. We don't worry what you believe in. You can believe in cats and dogs and whatever. But regulation will be able to cause for accountability. That is why our faith sector is damaged as it is.
You've had more than
what you've done today is not nice, my dear. You as a woman are inflicting, silencing us as women. What you do on the left, you don't do on the right. Practice what you preach.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we just pause for a second. Our panelist from the faith sector has to go to facilitate a session. Are there any specific questions that are still geared at the faith sector?
I have one for the faith sector.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we take those so that she can respond before we let her go. The rest of the panelists, of course, will still stay. Your question for the faith sector? Okay. For the faith sector, go for it.
Thank you very much, Prom Director. Simon Mjoli from Pumalanga, representing LCCD and SA Men First. My question to the faith sector, or Ms. Daniela, is the relations between his organization and moral regeneration. Do they work together or they work separately? The last question to the minister, I just want to find out a clarity between the registration of NPOs and churches. You go to floor 1, you register an organization, stroke church. A month or so, you get your certificate, you apply for a bank account, you get all the papers ready for funding. You go back to DSD, floor 3 or floor 5. You ask for funding, they tell you that we don't fund churches. So I want to know, are they giving me the certificate to go to who for funding?
Okay. All right. Let me give Daniela a chance to go. Oh, for the faith sector. Okay, sure, go for it. Just hang on. There's just something wrong with the mic. We can't hear you. No?
Hello, there we go. I'm Reverend June Dolly Major, Western Cape. also a rape survivor. So my question to the faith sector, Danielle, is that yes, the faith sector speaks out against gender-based violence. However, when the perpetrator is a religious leader, and in the mainline churches as well, the Anglican Church, of which I am from, the Roman Catholic Church, why is the faith sector quiet when the perpetrator is a religious leader? And then also to the President in his absence, on the 6th of April, I handed over a memorandum to the Presidency's office in Tainais requesting that a commission be set up to investigate historical child sexual offences within religious institutions. And I would like him to act on that. Boys have been raped by Anglican Roman Catholic priests over the years, as well as girls and women, and nothing have been done about it. Why is the faith sector quiet when the perpetrator is one of their own? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Questions for the faith sector?
Yes.
Okay, yes, go for it.
For the faith sector only, and then I will come after because they have to go.
Yes.
I just want to know what is it that they're doing in conversion practice for the LGBTIQA+ community, whereby the pastors and the religious leaders, they are praying for the LGBTIQA+ community for change because they believe it's demonic. That is the only one for now.
Okay.
Just for them to answer.
Questions for the faith sector? Is that it? No. Sir, in the checked shirt, did you have a question for the faith sector? Specifically for the faith sector. Please go for it.
Thank you very much. Maybe a question for the faith sector is this. When we conducted a men's dialogue, one of the major aspects that came through talked to the religion. For example, there are churches who do believe that you can't divorce. You have now a family, you've got a wife who's been beaten and everything, but because they belong to the church that is anti-divorce, then they get stuck into the relationship, perpetuating the GBVF. And it's coming down to the doctrine of the particular church. We can go further, some of the other aspects that is talking to whether they recognize marriages for the LGBTQF and other aspects. How does the church work to make sure that within the constitutional confines, which recognize some of these rights that the church might be in contradiction with, how does the church work to make sure that we can do that signage?
Thank you for that. So what I'll do is that, Daniela, because you have to go, I'll give you a chance to respond first, and then we'll come to the CGE, to social development, Yani, UN Women, because I think that's where predominantly a lot of the questions were. Daniela?
Thank you. Is my mic working? Yeah. Thank you very much for those questions, and I really hope that after this, some of the people that are here will also join the caucus so we can go a little bit deeper with some of these questions. The question about the Independent Churches Council at the moment is not involved. Just to let you know that the Faith Action is a voluntary coalition, and we work with those who come forward and want to participate, and that there's no membership as such. It is a loose coalition, and we support one another to address some of those issues. We do work when requested by people who are stuck in a particular context, their own church context. We try and work together to find ways to support them in their particular struggles. So we are not an organization or a controlling body that comes and assists or takes over for particular people in particular struggles. Instead, we are a collective, and I think part of what I want to say is that those of us who are part of any kind of church or mosque or temple or whatever you are part of, you are also the faith sector. We are the faith sector together. And part of the vision of the collective
is that as we come together and we analyze the challenges and the problems, that we together find solutions. Also around the corrective therapy, there are members or not members, partners amongst us who do specific workshops, specific advocacy work in particular areas in the country, and workshopping, and even in Southern African context, workshopping clergy and church leaders in the whole area of LGBTIQ+. We'd invite you to please be part of those processes and be part of the advocacy that needs to take place. And the same way, Reverend Dolly Major, it would be wonderful if you joined the meetings and the processes and speak out about the kind of support that is needed, and we work together to find ways to work within your context in solidarity, because that is what we do, rather than being some sort of oversight body at the moment. And part of the issue of accountability in general is that because there's this tussle between religious freedom and the constitutional requirements, we also need to work together and find ways to campaign to open up that question together, rather than us being, because we are also activists in the sector, and we are not here to defend the faith sector, but rather to work with you to begin to shift the discourse and the critical mass in those sectors. The relationship between the organization and the moral regeneration movement, one of the leadership of the coordination of the collective is in fact a local chairperson in her area of the moral regeneration movement, and so there is that connection. But at the moment, we haven't had the moral regeneration movement make any official kind of advances to that kind of partnership. I think the issue of silence when the perpetrator is one of our own, the issue is that we work together on those things. We recently had an online discussion on what accountability means that was quite rigorous, and there's been a request to continue with those conversations. So our role is to open up those uncomfortable conversations. And I, for example, as a member of the Anglican Church myself, am also involved in one of the dioceses where we have specifically followed through where recently last year, a priest was defrocked for the sexual violence that was conducted. So to say that we are silent is, and who is we? I just want to bring that out again. We, as all of us who are activists, gender-based violence activists and gender justice activists, who are also members of our faith communities. And the plea is, let's work together, let's create the agendas together, stand in solidarity, and work together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Daniela. I think I will release you from the platform so that you can get into the action caucuses. And of course, a reminder that those action caucuses are underway for those who want to attend them. Let me come back. We'll work our way this way. I'll give a chance to Alita from UN Women.
Thank you. I wanted to start with a brief observation and to answer the question. Coming as an international from a UN perspective, South Africa is a very wealthy country. South Africa is a middle-income country. I think a lot of what we're talking about today is that not everyone benefits equally. Not everyone in South Africa is living in a middle-income country. And I think some of the conversation around the shelters, the funding of the shelters, how everyone doesn't benefit equally. I guess as an observation coming from the UN perspective is we have to focus on our overall goal on how to change this. I think this is really fundamental. You know, I don't have a magic wand. It broke many, many years ago. But as the UN, as a system, we are here. I'm sorry, I can't concentrate. We are here to support the government and civil society to do this. To answer the question, firstly, please, I don't know the specific situation, but feel free to contact me directly. I would like to hear more. To answer your question from how I understand it, I certainly agree with the feminist principle of paying people for their time, of supporting activists in terms of money terms. We can't live on air. Thank you. UN Women do fund women's civil society directly. We fund many women's civil society organisations in South Africa and beyond. But I don't know that answers your question. You have my commitment that I will look at the global policy and the application here in South Africa. And as I said, I'm happy also to speak to you directly on this. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that. Yanni?
Well, there are few things that make me angrier in life than seeing a known abuser get support from anyone. So what I want to say, and I apologize, I keep looking this way, my eyesight isn't wonderful, so I presume the person who said it was sitting on that side. You have my contact details as well. I am a proud hellraiser within corporate. I do not care. If you see a person who is a known abuser being supported or glorified, you have my name. You Google me, you contact me, and I will cause trouble on your behalf. It's not a problem. To go back to what Business Unity South Africa is doing, we had 2 separate training sessions last year with Business Unity South Africa members on sexual harassment in the workplace, as well as harassment as a whole in terms of the harassment code. So BUSA members were invited. BUSA members know what that harassment code says, and it knows what needs to be done. That is it. That is BUSA's role, to be able to do that. It's always going to be a question of corporate accountability within companies themselves to make sure that they do as they have promised and to make sure that they perform in terms of what is necessitated in terms of the harassment code. It needs to be done. But I promise you, I will cause trouble, without question. If you see something like that, please speak up about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Minister Zulu?
Thank you very much. There was a question. Well, maybe let me start from the issue of Gwanele Foundation and the fact that there are people who are in the meeting who have been working together with Gwanele Foundation, and they can continue the conversation if need be outside of here. This is fact. The Department of Social Development does not discriminate. The Department of Social Development, and when I say the Department of Social Development, there must be an appreciation. We are national, provincial, and local. And I did indicate earlier on that if it so happens that there are people who are unhappy with any of those 3 structures, they have that recourse through myself and my office to indicate what their problems are. Number 2, Gwanele Foundation says they are being shut down or they are not being listened to. You know, here is a fact. I came across Gwanele Foundation on Instagram, and I, personally, just like I came across Act Now and a whole lot of others who I see in my social media, and I inbox them and I say, I like what you are doing, and I think what you are doing is going to help us end gender-based violence. Gwanele Foundation is one of those foundations. I personally took my time, spoke to them, asked for a meeting. I asked for that meeting. I sat down with them. I spent time trying to understand what they were doing because I liked what I saw. Now, if Gwanele Foundation is coming across certain problems within the department, which they raised, by the way, and I directed them yet again to the relevant structure in the department, because here is fact. We have to cover, as ministers, we cover the entire country. But we stretch ourselves as much as we possibly can, even to individual organizations, because we are trying to reach out as much as we possibly can. So if there's an organization in this room that has got issues where they feel they are not being attended to, they have a recourse. They can talk to me, or they can talk to the people in my office, or they can write a letter and say,
we are complaining on the following things. But also I want to make it straight. I don't think it is fair to also generalize even about the officials in our departments. Because I can tell you, many of those officials, they wake up, they show up, and they do the best that they can. But somewhere along the line, there are those who would slip, and the ones who would slip, I can guarantee you are a few. Now coming to the NPOs. The NPOs are, we have an NPO Act. And that act is what gives us as the Department of Social Development guidelines as to how we have to work with NPOs and NGOs. NPOs who are, even the churches, they've got the right to register, but there are guidelines for it. So people must know what those guidelines are, and we go an extra mile as a department, because not only do we say register, we cover the entire country through a program called Bangasali, which means Bangasali. The very same officials we are talking about, they go to the provinces and everywhere to try and assist people to understand what is the NPO Act, how does it work, how do you do your registration, how do you account. Those are the things that we do, because accountability is not a one-way street.
All right. CGE?
Thank you very much. I think I had a question about under expenditure. Under expenditure and returning money to Treasury. Yes, I agree, and we do agree as the CGE that that is not acceptable. But if you have not spent money, it is king in terms of the Treasury regulation. You have to return the money and make a submission to request the money to come back. And that has been happening at the CGE. And in fact, we have raised it as a concern to say that why are we not spending all the money? It is not much, but why are we not spending all of it? And a lot of the under expenditure was because of maybe not filling positions or whatever. But it's something that we have actually taken up as a very important point. We must spend all the money that is allocated. And we have an expenditure improvement plan which is in place. But I can tell you, Kathy, this is not 19 million. It can't be. It's far less than that. And it's actually, but the bottom line is that we must spend all the money. And it has not been happening.
All right.
But we are dealing with it.
Okay.
The other issue that I think was raised was about a parole for Martha. I think we all agree that we actually have to look at issues of imprisonment where women are accused for which have been a result of abuse, etc., etc. But I don't have an update on that. So if I can ask Kathy, that in principle we agree. It's something that should be on our agenda, on our plan of action. But I can't respond to the specific case because I don't have a report from legal.
All right.
I must also point out that, we were focused on the NSP as it appeared and very specific questions that were raised. But we can have another engagement where we say, what are the cases that we are dealing with? Because we have actually also have a study about health provision in corrections for women. We have various, but this was not part of the engagement today.
All right. Thanks for that. So you're all aware by now of the fact that we have run extensively over our time for the question and answer session. Minister Zulu has a cabinet meeting to get to. So I'll take 4 more questions for her. And then after that,
kwanele.
I took my time to sit down with them. And I introduced her to the department. I sent officers to her.
Are we going to have any power? All right. I think the power is back on. Thank you so much for the interlude. We'll take, so during the break, of course, it's clear that our panelists also have commitments that they have to get to. And I think they've done the best that they can to really accommodate as many of the questions that you have had today. So this is going to unfortunately be the last round of questions that we'll be taking. And it's very clear that we might not be able to get to everybody that is on their feet right now. So I'm going to ask that perhaps there be some conversations around consolidating questions among those people that are standing so that nobody feels that their issue has not been attended to. So this is the final round that we will take, and then after that, we'll cut it where we need to. I'll begin, let me begin with the left side of the room. Let me begin with the left side of the room and give you a chance to ask.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Promise Tembiso Mthembu. I come from Her Rights Initiative. We are an organization which is formed and led by HIV-positive women who are victims of forced sterilizations. Together with the Women's Legal Center, we represent 85 HIV-positive women who were forced into sterilization. We believe that there are thousands of HIV-positive women who have faced this violation, which is also torture, which is also the worst form of violence against women. Our issue does not appear in the NSP, apart from us making many submissions for the issue to appear in the NSP. So I'd like government officials who are present here to tell the President, whom we wanted to speak to yesterday, that we are women as well. The President champions work on violence against women, but he has left out. We filed a complaint to the CGE in 2015 to complain about our issue. They investigated over 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, and they found that the state violated 26 of our human rights, 26. One of the findings of the CGE report is that we're subjected to torture because forced sterilization is torture, international law. We have not received compensation for the violations. We have not received mental health care support, which is in line with the United Nations guidelines of support for the victims of torture. We have been silenced. The CGE did well to investigate our matter and validate our human rights. However, the CGE referred us back to the Department of Health in terms of compensation for our violations. And to the CGE and government, we are saying the Department of Health are abusers if you apply the GPV logic. They are abusers, they are violators, they are butchers. They took out our wombs, they cut our tubes, they left our bodies scarred and our minds scarred and our lives ruined. But we're sent back to them to negotiate for compensation and support. And guess what? They are abusing us, even further. So we call on the president to do that which he does best, which is calling a judicial commission to investigate this particular matter. The president is presiding over a country of 85 victims of torture, but he has not said a word. Ladies and gentlemen, the Human Sciences Research Council did research on this matter in 2015, and it found that 7.6% of HIV-positive women in this country are violated. At that time, the sitting president, was the chairperson of the South African National AIDS Council. He did not say anything. We filed our CGE report at that time. He did not say anything. We feel invisible. We feel unacknowledged. And there is this body which is called SANEC, which I want to call upon the CGE and the Human Rights Commission to investigate that body, because that body has sat with our violation for more than two decades. That body has silenced us as HIV-positive women for 2 decades.
All right.
And lastly, to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, I saw the minister walking out, but I see the DG from the ministry. We are saying we are women too. We want to be listened. We call upon the minister to hold a dialogue with 85 women who are victims of violence against women, so that the minister can hear our voices, so that the minister can see our scarred abdomen, so that the minister can see the bodies of HIV-positive women without their wombs.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to ask that we had about 2 representatives earlier from the organization that you are part of. So I'm going to ask that we please give the lady behind you an opportunity to ask questions. No, yes, let her come to the front and ask questions.
Thank you very much, Minister Zulu. We thank you very much for your efforts, and we see them. I am coming from Limpopo. The issue of shelter is a problem in Limpopo. Our shelter is closing down on the 15th of December if we do not get 950,000 to buy the house. The owner of the house is enough with us because he has given us that house for 8 years without paying rent. And we are not funded by DSD yet. One other thing is the uniformity in terms of funding call, because our province is on a 3-year cycle. If you miss a funding call application in 2022, you will only have a chance to apply in 2026. So that needs to be addressed because other provinces are on a 1-year cycle. The other thing is the National Lotteries Commission. We have just recently seen the reports by the SIU where the board of the NLC, 28 million house was bought by the money that is supposed to go to the shelters. He bought a very big house that has 20 rooms. Each room, it has a kitchen. We want that house not to be sold, but be converted to a shelter for gender-based violence. Again, NLC, their policy for shelters, when we apply to them, they are saying they need accreditation certificate from DSD. And DSD does not yet have a policy for the shelters of gender-based violence, only for human trafficking. And they are declining applications because this certificate is not there, and it's a policy issue. National lotteries, it's part of DTI, it's part of government. Their policies must talk to DSD and ensure that they do not decline application on things that are not there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'll come to the right side of the room.
Thank you so much. Straight and forward to the business sector. We cannot just sit on excuses and say the bill is not yet in Parliament. We don't want to hear that again when we come back. We need to know what is it that you can do to show that you mean business, that you need to form part of eradicating gender-based violence. Number 2, is directed to Minister Lindiwe Zulu. Minister, I'm glad that you've seen the report, you received the memorandum. It is a big document. The issue that the lady over there was raising of Limpopo shelters is in here. Having read it, knowing what is in here, there are many things that needs to be done in terms of this policy. And the entire summit was talking about it indirectly so. So apart from you having responded to it, I just need to know what is it that you have done and how far have you done. Because I know that the Tutuzela Rape Crisis Center that is built in Limpopo, it is also forming part of this report due to the recommendations of CGE.
All right.
I'm not done. 2014, CGE conducted a research. The research was monitoring the coordination, monitoring and evaluation of the victim empowerment, of which the victim empowerment has given the Department of Social Development to coordinate all the departments with it that are dealing with VEP. I just want to know, what is it that you've done since from 2014? Because the issues are still coming. The police and justice are not working together, are not communicating together. I do an activity, somebody's doing an activity that are not talking to each other to show that there is no proper coordination. After that study, what is it that has been done? 2014. This document again, it has suggested and recommended that the auxiliary social workers, the social workers and the housekeepers that are working in shelters, they need to be compensated equally like the social workers that are working within DSD. I just need to know, Uguti, from that, what is it that you have done? Has that been done? Or also, it is something else that is also in the pipeline?
All right, I'm going to ask you to try and wrap it up now, as
Yes,
you can see.
I've been waiting for long, since from yesterday. I'm sorry. This is the only platform I got. Number three, you've raised the issue. This is directed to both you and UNAIDS. United Nations, I mean to say, you've realized, you've reported that there is disconnection between the work that is done at the ground level, because social development does not have people who are working at the ground level so that information could escalate to the province, the district and local. The question that I'm asking myself is, the social workers that are unemployed, they've marched not so long to United Nations. I just need to know that both of you, as you're seated there, because those social workers are the ones who are supposed to be running at the ground level to take that information that it is failing to reach the provincial level and the district level. Why are we not employing them?
All right.
It is so frustrating, Minister. They cannot even do their masters because it needs them to have 2 years experience. Try to do something around those lines. You've spoken about the criteria of employing them. We look at those posts that are issued out mostly. They want 10 years experience, they want directors, they want HODs. Where will they get that kind of experience? If they will be accommodated, it will be only when it is a position, like for an example in Gauteng, that needed field workers, for 200 of them, that requested people who are having only matric.
All right, I'm going to ask that you leave it there, please. I think I've given you ample opportunity to ask enough questions. Let's be respectful to everybody else that's behind you that also wants to have their say. Sir, before you go on, there's a group of people behind you that are representing Albinism Society. I'm going to ask that you give them an opportunity to come to the front and ask whatever questions they may have.
Will I be given an opportunity after them, because yesterday we were also cut? Can you please be fair to all of us?
You will be the last question that we take then.
Thank you very much.
Let's give them a chance.
Good day once more. I am Pete Fusile Nwabala from Beauty by Nature National Albinism Society. Minister, I want to say albinism is a disability. We plead that you legislate it. a child born with albinism get to be with cancer in a very early stage because parents don't even understand how to handle a child with albinism. And then in a later stage, that child suffers from cancer. So make sure that children born with albinism receives their disability grant from birth so that parents may be able to assist and grow their children the correct way, and also assist in buying for themselves sunscreens and whatever needs that albinism child needs. Secondly, we plead that education system let albinism people get reasonable accommodation in our public schools, because the majority of albinism people are dropped out of schools because of eyesight problem. So including the math that they get in school, so they end up dropping out. For that, albinism people are not managing to pass or to reach matric. So it's a challenge for them to be employed. Now, in February, we met with social development in Johannesburg. I would like to challenge social development, Gauteng and Johannesburg, particularly Mariska van der Waal. We spoke about albinism people who must be employed to package the sunscreens delivered to albinism people so that they can also get something to maintain their families, because they are mothers and fathers. But still, the tender was given out. No albinism people were hired. So it's a problem. Social development must assist and and work with us so that we try and solve other problems that we can. Employing albinism people for packaging doesn't meet matric, including delivering of these sunscreens to the albinism people. It doesn't meet matric. So we can minus. Let's include them economically. Let albinism people also receive something from the government so that they are able to live. Remember, my last point is this: albinism women suffers triple GBV than any normal woman in South Africa.
All right.
Assist us on that, Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that contribution. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Shane Griqua. I'm from Kimberley. Right. I just want to applaud Daniela for raising the issues of faith, leaders, and transformation in GBV. They are doing a good work. However, I want to ask businesswomen, what are you doing in other areas that is not cosmopolitan, other areas like Kimberley and the smaller farm areas? CGE, one training per quarter in the Northern Cape is not enough. You must use that money to train NGOs in the whole of Northern Cape. Your people in Northern Cape is helping us with one training per quarter. That's not enough. Chapter 9 institutions have one office in the Northern Cape. We want officers in other districts because we are a vast province. DSD, the informal trainings that we got over the past 28 years is a waste of time. It doesn't take us any further as illiterate and uneducated people. We have 500 attendance certificates not accredited. We want trainings that are accredited. Speak to Busa next to you. See, DSD, the funds of GBVF is taken to the department. The department hires social workers for GBVF in the department. We as NGOs also want our own social workers that we can employ. Fund us so that we can do that. DSD, right. The last 2 points, Kathy. Trainings through NICDEN and HWR-CETA is only taken to 30 hotspot areas. So we are deprived because we are not part of the hotspot areas. Do we need to reach the spot number 28 before we get proper training? Can you please look at that? DSD, the last point. A 34-year-old lesbian was raped in Kimberley, gang raped by 3 men, satellite by with paraffin. No psychosocial support, no counseling from your department, no visits from your department. It's a lesbian woman. But when a straight woman is found lying behind the ditch, all MECs and government people are there. The lesbian woman was satellite with paraffin. In 2012, a police commissioner said there's no hate crimes in Northern Cape when a gay man in Kuruman was slaughtered in Kuruman. 10 years later, the newly appointed police commissioner said GBVF is not a crime. She apologized, but we want them to be educated. Please, we want Becky Teller in Kimberley the same way he rushes to Kaya, Licha, Langa, Ennerdale. We want him in Kimberley. No arrest has been made in the killing of TK, a 34-year-old lesbian. No feedback from police, no visits from the police. We are left abandoned. We want you there. Thank you, Becky Teller. We are waiting for you. Thank you, Zulu. We are waiting for you.
Let's leave it there.
It's unfair
Thank
that
you.
young people are not given an opportunity to talk.
Unfortunately,
It's unfair that young people
we
are not given an
are
opportunity
now
to talk.
literally at the lunch
unfair
break.
that young
It's
people-
out of my hands that our panelists have other commitments. Unfortunately, that's not anything I can change. That's where we're going to have to leave it. Otherwise, they're going to end up walking off here without even the opportunity to at least respond to the questions that have been asked. So I'm going to give the panelists one last chance to respond and also give their concluding remarks before we wrap up and go to lunch.
Maybe I can start with promise. I think the department is here, even though the issue is more to do with health, but it still does fall under social development if we are responsible for the well-being of our people. I know that Promise was saying this is to the president. I'm going to ask the officials of the department, they are sitting somewhere at the front, if Dr. Promise can please come through to the front and engage with them and give them more information. And I know she's talking about the fact that the state, she feels and they feel the state violated them. They wanting compensation. They also want psychosocial support. We can deal with the issue of psychosocial support, but the rest of the issues, they'll have to be discussed somewhere else. And the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability is also here. Also to the Limpopo shelter, which is supposed to be closing down, I will ask that we engage with the department. And again, when we do the 3 cycle, it is because we're trying to have a bit of order, because it's not like the money comes all the time to us. We need to be supportive of the shelters. I would like to pick up on the issue of the national lotteries. We recently had a meeting with national lotteries because we want to make sure that there's a proper coordination, because when national lotteries supports either a shelter or any other institution, they need to stick to what the departments, both the Department of Social Development and the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. We need to be sure that they're building the right institution. So if you can please come through, guys, they are here at the Social Development. The unemployment of social workers, I've dealt with that already. It is a problem. We've got a new strategy now, which is trying to also see other departments that can support us in terms, including the private sector, in making sure that we get, because we don't have adequate resources as a department to hire all or to employ all the social workers. Kimberly, I hear you, I feel you. I wish I could have met with you the last time I was in Kimberley. Also, please don't go far so that we can get all the necessary details. Yes, the issue related to gender-based violence and the LGBTQIA community, we need to be fair in that space and also take it that they also have their rights, they also have their human rights, and therefore we need to be supportive to them. And then the issue of training, again, the department is here. I think we'll have to look into the training and the accreditation. I'm sure the department has been engaging in that. Kathy, as a closing remarks, for me is we are here because we need to work with each other. We are here, I go back to what I said in the beginning. We are here because we have a commitment, both as government, the private sector. This is a platform for us to commit to continuously working. These problems are not going to be resolved overnight, but we must shorten the time and we must get rid of gender-based violence because it's very painful to travel even worldwide. And when we're busy talking about the good things that are happening in South Africa, they say, yeah, we can hear you, but here's a bigger problem. How are you going to deal with that problem? We are committed as government, collectively as government, to implement the decisions that are being taken here, but also the decisions of the National Planning Commission itself. We need to make sure that it's in place and we don't make excuses anymore about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that nothing I said today was meant as an excuse. I was stating facts. The fact that we are excluded as business from the NGB VF bill and the structure of the board, the council, is a fact. I can't do anything else other than hope that it's picked up in Parliament and that it's rectified. I've done everything I can in NEDLAC and the other engagements we were in to rectify that. The Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities has taken the decision to exclude business. That's a fact. I can do nothing else aside from participate in panels like this and give the assurance that business will keep doing what it's doing, although it's fragmented and there is problems with it. But it will keep taking hands with NGOs, it will keep taking hands with government where we are allowed to do so, and that we will build on what we've built already. But unfortunately, it is a glaring issue. So if there's the opportunity to help business to raise awareness of this issue, we would really appreciate it. So as far as the rest of the comments go, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate here today. It was good to hear from each and every one of you, although the stories are absolutely gut-wrenching. We will continue to participate here. I genuinely hope that by the next summit we will have more to give you and that it won't be just a situation of our own fragmented work as we do it. Thank you very much.
Can she answer that? Yes, is coming up. That's fine. Go for it.
Okay. I think a lot of very important things have been said this morning by the South African women's movement, the private sector, the faith community, and I think a lot of very important things have been said by the South African government. Speaking on behalf of the UN in South Africa, I think there's just one thing I want to add, and that is my utter outrage at the murder of 6 women in Johannesburg, and my utter outrage about the lack of an outrage about these women being murdered. And I think that when we look at that situation and the intersectionality of who those women are, or who those women are perceived to be, and the lack of outrage that that has brought, I think that brings us to the heart of the matters that we're here to meet on at the summit.
Sure.
I have been so impressed by the dialogue, by the conversation, by the demands for accountability, and I look forward to journeying together to find a way forward that every woman and girl in South Africa could live a life free from violence. Thank you.
Dr. Chan, I'm going to give you a chance to go, and then we also have a representative from the Department of Women that would like to respond to some of the issues that were raised, but you can go first. Yes, yes.
From the Department of Public Service and Administration, I would actually say that government is actually serious about fighting the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. It is a sad occasion always to be hearing of reports about the death of women and children, while as government we will always continue to try by all means to put systems in place to ensure that we actually try and fight this scourge. And of course, we know government cannot do it alone. Together with all of us, all the sectors, whether be it business, be it the NGOs that are here today, we need to put our efforts together to try and fight this scourge. And earlier I've actually mentioned that somehow it's a sketch that has got to do with humanity. We need to look at it even from the dimension of just families. The role that the family units can actually play in trying to avoid continued existence of this scourge of violence against women and children. But for all intents and purposes, as a Department of Public Service and Administration, we will continue to develop policies as guided by various processes, because we have also acceded to a number of protocols, treaties that are sub-regional, regional, and international. The United Nations is here, and we always have given attention also to that resolution 1325 of the United Nations as a country. We try by all means to try and respond to whatever are put as requirements that may be necessary to actually help to fight the scourge. And together, I know we can make it.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Chana. I'm going to invite the representative from the Department of Women. Please just pass that microphone down. If you can just begin by introducing yourself, please. And like you're saying, you're representing the Department of Women and the issues you wanted to respond to. Of course, we're getting ready to close. We are getting ready to close the session. For those who still have unanswered questions, I'm told that some of the other ministers are sitting in the caucuses right now, attending to some of the specific issues. So if you can, please also ensure that you try and go through to those venues for the caucuses where the specific issues are being dealt with.
Thank you very much. I'm Mikateko Maluleke. I'm the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And our minister has not left. She's sitting in the leadership caucus. I'm here to respond to two things. There was a question about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. The bill is in Parliament. So Parliament is working on the bill. There will be consultations. Society and everyone, including business, they can still go to Parliament and make their representation. The second one that I wanted to respond to is the issue that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has excluded business. I am disappointed with the statement because, first of all, there is the private sector gender-based violence fund that has been established. This is how business participate in ending gender-based violence. Minister Cele yesterday indicated that Dr. Judith Lamini, who is the chair of the private sector gender-based violence fund, and SABS are the ones that have been working on reducing the DNA case backlog. So I'm not sure whether BUSA is participating there or not. But secondly, the issue of NEDLEC, we went to NEDLEC because we had to consult with business, with a community, with government, and with labor. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence is the basis for development of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence bill. So you can't go outside what the National Council, the National Strategic Plan has provided. The National Strategic Plan says 51% civil society, 49% government. So when we wanted to change and add a business, state law advisor said it must be 51-49. We can't extend it. But the definition of civil society includes business. So I'm not sure what is the problem. The way a civil society has, it's not civil society organization, it's civil society, which means all the sectors that are within civil society, they are included. So I'm not sure what is the problem or how are they excluded. But if they feel excluded, they have an opportunity to go to Parliament and make their representation.
All right.
Thank you.
CGE, we'll wrap it up with you.
Oh, there was a question about one training session not being sufficient. I think we take that as a comment that there is a need for more training. Obviously, training is very important with us. It's part of our public education and information sharing. So we'll take note of that. I said earlier that we are looking at how we rebuild the organization, which includes adding more positions, looking at how the different positions are functioning,
all right,
and capacitating them on that basis. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long morning. I think we can agree on the fact that there's been a lot said, lots of questions that have been asked, and probably still a long way before finding answers that will satisfy everybody that is in the room. A reminder again of the caucuses that are currently underway. That's where some of the officials from the various departments and other entities are sitting, where you will have an opportunity to really dig a little bit deeper where the outstanding issues lie. We also have representatives from the Department of Social Development that have been made available for those that have questions that they may feel have not been answered, in particular that relate to the Department of Social Development. To my panelists, you were only supposed to be here for about an hour and a half. It's probably over 2 hours after the fact, and you have soldiered on. Please, let's give them a round of applause, if you will. Thank you so much for your indulgence and for really accommodating the fact that there's a lot that needed to be addressed in the room. We know you have other commitments that you've had to move around, and from my part, I do sincerely appreciate the fact that you've stayed up here for as long as you have. The caucuses are continuing. We are going to break for lunch. I've been asked to let you know that if you can, please go to the caucuses. It's those caucuses that are ultimately going to feed into the final resolutions that will be taken into the summit. So that's where a great deal of the work is being done, in as far as how then, from a policy framework, do we change, do we amend, and ensure that what comes out of this conference responds to the gaps that have been identified before. So lunch is served and the caucuses are underway. I'm going to ask that they just put that breakdown of where the conversations are taking place so it's easy for you to identify just where you need to be. On that note, the program will continue this afternoon after lunch. Please look out for the announcements that have been made. On that note, I think it's a good place for us to wrap it up. And thank you all for soldiering through it all, especially if you're still seated. You are free. To my panelists, you are free to go. You are released. And so is everybody else in the room to either go to the caucuses or to break for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We just want to make an announcement. This hall was supposed to host the provincial dialogues, accountability dialogues. Now it's lunch, and I want us to agree in how we proceed, because all other caucuses have been going on as people were asking questions here. So there will be clinics after lunch, and the provinces are here. I've seen the MECs are here. I've seen people from the previous offices. So we need direction in terms of, do we continue with the provincial accountability after lunch so that we come with a way forward as a collective,
Or I need guidance in that. MEC Fante? Because I see you guys, I see the party caucus are here. So, but we need to break for lunch. So can we come back here after lunch? Thank you very much. Can we have our lunch for 30 minutes? Is it possible? It's possible. Okay, thank you very much. Then we are here after in 30 minutes. Yeah.
What's it